Jean Valpes coming, he brings it for you. Yes, yes, yes. and gentlemen, welcome to this production of Match Day number 8. And we are coming to you live from the Pearl of Africa. Look at the beautiful sights and sounds. It's a beautiful Match Day number 8, the penultimate one of this beautiful tournament. And I can tell you what, there is a battle looming here, and you're going to know about it in a jiffy. Because my mate, Davis Arinita Karashani, was out there in the middle with the two captains. And let's see what transpired at the pre-match toss.
Very good morning from us here at the Lugogo. Welcome to the penultimate
You heard it from the two captains, Pius Oloka. For the Victoria Strikers, they were in fine form yesterday. They struck gold. And today, here they are. They know another victory will get them into the conversation for the title if things go the other way for the two top leading teams in Mburo Blasters and Choga Avengers. But the biggest meal on their plate now is that one of Choga Avengers, the table toppers, who have 10 points and the two better than Mburo Blasters. Of course, the Victoria Strikers winning the toss and saying they will have a bat first. Davis Karashani having those little conversations with the two young captains, Oloka Pius and Gerard Olipa, both who have played for the Cricket Cranes. We'll be starting in a short while. A T20 affair. The weather has been perfect. And everything has fallen into place nicely. Final pep talk there for them. Juma Miyaji not even changed. Looks like he'll miss out this one. But it's not him leading that pep talk. It is their coach, Derek Bakunzi, former captain for the under-19s, captain for the Uganda A side as well. And he has some caps at the international level for Uganda, Derek. Little laughs in that little huddle. As the men in lime green go out to fight. What a tournament's been. 5 times in the tournament, the teams have crossed that seemingly impregnable score of 200. The batters for the Victoria Strikers also working out there now. It's time to grind. It's a beautiful Thursday. Sort of overcast conditions, if I may say. But should be good. I am not alone in the comms box. I've got a very busy man and I'm happy to swing him into action today. Davis Karashani Arinitwe, former captain Uganda. I'm happy to have you here for the second time in this week.
The pleasure is mine, Innocent. Always find a way of serving this wonderful game of ours. So it's good to be on a Friday morning with the hope that this particular day will pan out to be one of those that is extremely exciting amidst an amazing tournament that we've had. Well, you did speak about the overcast conditions. Very strange that just a couple of minutes ago it was all bright and sun and clear skies. And there was no hesitation from Pius Oloka when he won the toss. It was pretty obvious to him that he was going to bat first. But now you feel that with the overcast conditions coming into play, he might be looking to slightly rethink that particular decision. But I guess that's out of his hands. And we're a couple of minutes away from the first ball. But opening the batting for the men there from the Choga Avengers. Simon Sesazi alongside Perry Wazombe. They're flattered to deceive. They've not blasted their way in the power plays as much as a lot of fans out there would have expected. But it is a new day for them. They'll be hoping that they make fine use of that wicket out there. It's just being used for its second day in the tournament. So you get a feeling this should be another exciting encounter, Innocent.
Exciting is what the week has been, and exciting is what everyone will hope. And here's the man who is fresh, having rested yesterday, Ivan Baidu. Another one in the setup for the national team. Age is not his friend when it comes to being an athlete. But we've seen our students make debuts at 35, at 36, at 38. Ivan Baidu, the world will never be enough, but the world is yours for now. First ball, Simon says as he goes pulling. I don't know if that went off his helmet, if he'll need a concussion test. But the shot was a broken alley. It's a boundary. There's Simon Sesazi getting some little chat from the umpire, who is happy to see and find out if the left-handers all fine, and they are sharing a laughter, and there is a fist pump from the two. Perry Wazombe chipping in a word or two. I hope he's not chapping his fellow batter that you are blind, Tokalawa, like they would love to say. Early days, very, very early days in this very much competitive match, the number 8, that has everyone still within a fighting chance, apart from the Bunyonyi Warriors, who at best can only finish second. A few sides over Uganda, as Simon says, as leans into this one now, and he cracks it just straight into the dressing room. A little sweep and a pull. The shackles have been broken early. Ivan Baidu guilty of dragging it short, and Simon says as helping it along nicely. Hope the ball is not deformed.
Well, first rush off the bat. And to no one's surprise that that happens and that comes off Simon Sesazi's blade. A bit surprised there that Ivan Baidu is opted to go with that short delivery, knowing just how strong Simon Sesazi is on the pull shot. But he'll be hoping for quick returns and look to try and make amends. Back-to-back short deliveries, but this time around the umpire Abi Nobat judges that as no ball. The Friday morning is not getting any easier or any better for Ivan Baidu. And on the flip side, appears like Christmas might have come a little early, couple of months early for Simon Sesazi. Starts off his inning with a 6. And now will be receiving a free hit on a belter of a wicket. Ivan Baidu will have to reball that. But it's been a fantastic tournament of 8 days it is today. Here the tournament is, of course, has been hosted by at the Lugogo Cricket Oval, the home of Uganda Cricket, home of the Victoria Pearls and the Cricket Cranes, the teams that represent the Pearl of Africa.
Simon Sesas unable to lean into that one. Interesting lines being bowled here by Ivan Baidu. And he survives. Runs already in the over, but the over is full of extras. The first ball was counted as 4 leg byes. There's a no ball, there's a wide. The free hit has gone unpunished. And there were 6 runs off the bat of Simon. Punched straight to the fielder there. Ismail Munir donning and owning that shirt number 15 for this elite league, the Great Lakes. So it is a 15 affair for that last delivery. Because Simon Sesas is also donning 15 throughout the tournament. In the vacant region, straight to mid wicket for a boundary. It's the day 1 captain for the Choke Avengers, helps with the fielding. Juma Miyaji out there, with a little bit of a strain on his right thigh. We hope all is fine for him. Big shade of coming up for the Cricket Cranes on international scene. You don't want your best players croaked. End of the over. A very fruitful over for the Victoria Strikers, who opted to bat fast because they've got 16 for no loss.
Well, on his debut in this Great Lakes T20 tournament, Qualinga Collins will be taking up the opening role from that shell end. Starts off with a short delivery. That is adjudged wide, obviously a tad higher than...
Strong lad he is, Okwalinga. How he walks back into his bowling mark tells you the story. And I like how he asks the umpire. He says, "What's wrong, mate?" A bit bullish from Collins Okwalinga.
Like that delivery, it kind of means that he kind of means business.
This will run away. It's been an electric outfield here in this tournament. But there is a fine work there from Divya Valani. And Mr. Ivan Baidu, who collects and throws back. Okwaling, of course, looks fresh because he's playing his first game of the tournament. Must be a direct replacement for Juma Miyaji. Wides on offer. Okwaling are struggling here early on, but the Lions is bowling. They are exciting in every true sense of the word.
I think I'm more excited about the bit of the pace. He seems to be getting some life out of the wicket. A wicket that hasn't had a lot of offering for the fast bowlers. It's good to see Collins Okwaling actually finding something in that wicket. He just needs to get his radar on target. Copy and paste stuff there again, far outside off stump. That yet again is adjudged wide by a very experienced umpire, Simon Chintu. It is that column, that extras column, that has been heavily ticking for the Victoria Strikers. But in a sense, it's been one of those tournaments whereby I'm very interested in seeing the statistics, especially in number of maximums that have been hit. We could very easily be walking into a record of sorts.
Tell you what, by match day number 2, we're already in 256s in this tournament. As a boundary there is got by Perry Wazombe, not from the middle of the bat, but it won't matter when the power play is on. The batsmen are always hungry for runs, and that's a shot played out of anger from Perry Wazombe, who had been bogged down in the first couple of deliveries. Again, it goes flying, but Valani up to the task, and he casts that one off.
Why did she cry? Scotland had come for her. Scotland literally lost.
That's a good delivery there from Collins Okwalinga. Looks like he's a proper workman.
They had thing is going to go them out of trouble. Taylor, experience.
Runs being milked here, but we're having a little beautiful chat here about how the West Indies women got out of jail thanks to their former skipper who missed out on that big victory against New Zealand. Stephen Taylor coming down the order at number 7 and scoring 47 from 19 balls. They were 85 for 5. Oh, the West Indies. And they almost bottled it. Deandra Dot in there shedding some tears. And being given bear hugs by everyone on the team. It's in there, chance for a catch. Has he hold out? Yes, that sticks. Superb catch taken by the skipper, Gerard Olipa, to dismiss Perry Wazombe. Perry Wazombe didn't play with conviction. He went for elevation, he didn't go for direction. He didn't lean into the shot nicely. He walks off a very tired man for almost scoring nothing. Okalinga strikes, and this is how it fell over.
For roll ball yet again from Collins. Okwaling, I thought, is one of those bowlers that has gotten some life out of the wicket, but more importantly, fantastic catch there by the captain, running back taking the catch over his head. Doesn't get easier than that, harder than that actually. So great work from him to dismiss Perry Wazombe, as it allows Collins calling a strike in his first time of asking. The Victoria Strikers are 27 for 1 after 2. Yeah, Innocent, following up on that conversation about the West Indies up against nearly stepping on a banana peel in Scotland. But you feel that it's that kind of event whereby a lot of the teams are very evenly matched. It's a case whereby the team that performs better during the 3-hour period is the team that will actually carry the victory. We did see the defending champions New Zealand unable to pick up a victory in the first 2 games that they played. So they are literally already out of the tournament. But you feel the West Indies were extremely lucky to get out of jail yesterday. So I understand Dhirendra Dottin, of course, shedding a couple of tears. She was called out of retirement. She's such an experienced senior player. They will expect her to be leading from the front. But even on the day that she wasn't doing exceptionally well, it was good to see that her teammates rallied around her and ensured that they actually won that particular game by just 7. But you feel Scotland will feel her done.
Little Tico, no runs. Darcy Elizabeth Morris Carter with a half century. 59, 21-year-old took a liking to the pace bowlers. Alain, Dottin were slapped all over through the covers and over point by her. And she's got some experience.
Very close one for them because if I'm not mistaken, I think the Bryce sisters did not get many runs in that particular game. So if you think very deeply about it, if those two had gotten going in that game, it could have been an upset of sorts.
Chance for a catch. Olipa doesn't dive forward. Simon Sesazi will heave a huge sigh of relief as a batter. That beautiful conversation going on here. Bryce, Catherine, the skipper, getting 0 of 2 after a huge partnership between Daisy Carter and Catherine Fraser. And then Sarah Bryce, the keeper, getting just 4 from 5 with the only boundary she scored. Wickets are picked up there by Matthews and Fletcher. Matthews, of course, a fine spell. Davis, I thought, as a skipper, she led from the front. 3 for 19 in her 4. She was easily the best of them.
I think she was obviously one of those that was in that play of the match debate. But again, on top of what else is happening in England, there is that second test, of course, that is happening down there between New Zealand and England. A test whereby, fortunately, at least as a Black Caps fan, it's good to see Glenn Phillips actually get that 100 on what appeared to be a bit of a juicy wicket. But I feel that that particular game, the game is very evenly poised. England are not in a horrible position either. But it's been a buzz of sporting activity. Of course, the FIFA World Cup as well is happening.
Touch and go. That is a good urgent session by Kenneth Waiswa, who was rested yesterday. And since he lost form in this tournament on match day number 3, I like what he did. He threw in the towel as keeper and handed over the reins to Pius Oloka. And Pius Oloka has been winning games for them. Australia Strikers not able to pick up victory on the first 3 match days, only winning on date number 4. Thanks to the reintroduction of Pius Oloka as the new gen skipper for the Strikers. Batting at number 7. Talk about Glenn Phillips. No, not able to watch the game because I was here and there and nowhere at the end of the day because I went home to sleep. But
that's debatable, but I guess story for another day. But speaking about Glenn Phillips knock, again, it's testament to what a lot of test teams are doing now. They play specialist batter at number 7. Very similar to what England did as well. They played Jordan Cox as well at number 7. That number 7 role is a specialist batter role. And a lot of teams are starting to fully utilize it. But when you look very deeply at the barricade of bouncers that Archer bowled at Glenn Phillips, so for him to get that 100 and be the last wicket out for New Zealand, I thought it was a good pound-for-pound kind of stuff. But back to the cricket here. The Victoria Strikers are 30 for 1 after 3.
the tactics, Davis, keep changing and evolving in modern cricket. And if you snooze, you miss out on a lot of learning. So what Kyle Jameson also did right there with the man who got the 100 at number 7, Glenn Phillips. After almost no one else got more than 51, Tom Blunder and Daryl Mitchell is 44. The rest of the guys there. And now New Zealand looking for new Ken Williamson. I think that the search is on.
Of course, they've temporarily gone back to Henry Nichols, but I know that he'll obviously be a stopgap option.
6 runs there for Simon. There is a fielder, but he won't mind that. He will smoke that one over the top. And it's a boundary. The fielder right there on the ropes. Robert Owili Obele will look on and say, this is huge. And they will collect from the tennis club. Having got 391, England at 222 for 6. And Geoffrey Archer is already in. How cricket evolves that fast. Archer the batter.
I thought the bigger name you'd have picked up there is Emilio Gay. Guy was obviously up against the cricket cranes in the, I think, actually the current Challenge League. When he played for the Italia. And he was more than just a headache for a lot of those associated nations. I think he even got 100 on this particular ground against Tanzania. Now he is wearing English colours, opening the batting and doing decently. Got a half century, I think, in the first inning. So again, testament to just how quality cannot be hidden for too long.
Emilio Gay. It was 2 tests under his belt now and 2 half centuries. That is a sign of so many good things to come.
So no spin about the FIFA World Cup. Of course, it's just, you feel like the second games in the groups have actually just started. But what's been your context, especially on how the African nations so far have done?
The African nations are punching their weight at the biggest ever FIFA World Cup that is happening in the North Americas. Does this one race right to the boundary? Oh yes. Oh yes, the left-hander Simon is making hay here where the sun still shines. And he's doing that fine. Simon is not stopping. He's not stopping. He keeps going and engaging the gears. The coach of the Choke Avengers is not a happy man. He says, no, we can do better than this. Don't let the man get freebies for deliveries because he's going to kill us and smoke us out of the park with each passing delivery. Simon Cesars needs to do a lot better. Simon Cesars is doing what he needs to do. He's already in 229 from 17, but the coach making his voice heard from the dugout, Derek Baku, is saying, Okwalenga no neda. That is easily translated by anyone listening in from wherever you are in the world. Simply saying, no, you can't be bowling these lines to the man. Better. He seems he needed that reminder from the coach.
Saying again, put you in your spot. Whom do you think will win the World Cup itself? Both the Women's T20 World Cup and the FIFA World Cup that are both ongoing at this particular time.
I don't want to just be speaking and predicting without putting context to things. Please, you should have set me up better. So for now, I'll stay on the fence because Octopus has already said the Netherlands will win the FIFA World Cup. I think it is a very tough call and a big bold one from the man who predicted the last two World Cups. But let's end this over. I'll come back with those conversations when we start over number 5. Because at the end of 4, they are moving at 12 per over and the score is 48-1.
Well, Innocent, I need to jump on that. You did speak about the Octopus making a massive claim and predicting that the Netherlands would actually walk away with the victory. Just get a feeling the Netherlands might have a better chance of winning a hockey World Cup than a football World Cup. They just aren't the luckiest side in the world. But yeah, I want to really understand whom you think, if you were a betting man, whom you'd place your money on really, and why.
Everyone trying to think that France have got the X factor. But I would like to support the team I support and give them some little few stripes. England, it may not come home that fast, but looks like it is coming home because everyone coming on and saying Thomas Tuchel is a tournament man.
Innocent. I think let's focus on the cricket. Since you are clearly offside on the football itself, let's just focus on giving us your prediction on who will win the ICC Women's T20 World Cup, and then we get back to the cricket itself here.
Who is your prediction? Let me ask you. As Simon Cesars continues to hit that in the vacant area, but even if there was a fielder, that was always going to be 6. Simon in beast mode early on here. Davis, pound for pound. Quickly, give me your prediction for football.
Well, I get very attracted to class, and for me, again, having been a previous World Cup winner with Argentina, I still feel that Argentina will chance themselves on just the quality and the longevity of Lionel Messi. So for me, I would run into the betting house and put my money on Argentina.
Mbappe was on fire. Do you want to give France something to think about?
With all due respect, I think France have a very well combined and solid team. I think they do have not just quality, but they have the ability to actually go the whole 9 yards. But back to the cricket itself, Simon is dealing in boundaries, manages to sweep that to the vacant deep square leg region. I'm a bit surprised with this bowling change, bringing Munir Ismail to bowl in the power play.
He's pulling gentle spinners, not real big tricks on the ball, and he's dragging them way too short and on the leg side, so the sweep comes as natural for Simon.
Yeah, so I kind of would expect, especially as a neutral, would expect a dream Argentina versus France kind of final, something similar to what happened last time around in Qatar.
There is a run, a single at the very end of the over. Simon Cesars has done very well. The score is 58. Make that 59 for 1 after 5. The biggest storyline, Davis, for me from the World Cup. That's far. Like I said, it's the biggest World Cup. 48 teams at it. And the African teams are trying to show more organization, resilience, and tactical maturity against, of course, the football giants. And 7 of the African teams, Davis, you'll accept that they did frustrate some of the highly fancied opponents. Senegal lost 3-1, but I thought they pushed France all the way. Egypt held Belgium. The DR Congo, who have a man who, of course, not the cricket cranes, the Uganda cranes, in Sebastian Dechabre. They are earning a credible result against Portugal, where they kept Ronaldo, who is trying to push for some immortality. Very, very quiet. And Cape Verde stand many by holding the European champions, Spain. So I think the African teams are doing well. And Morocco, what a show they put up when they played against Brazil. Of course, Ivory Coast have already won. And Ghana that injury time winner against Panama, a stubborn Panama side. And South Africa yesterday finding their voice, the Bafana with no vuvuzelas, getting a draw thanks to a penalty from Okowena. And everyone in South Africa in the studio, I was happy to see that studio happy for once. All the pundits and analysts were a very good friend of mine and yours in Andrew Kabura is telling me it was a party on a Thursday night, even for a draw. They felt like it was victory.
Well, it was innocent and all obvious, of course, to conveniently leave out Tunisia's participation in the World Cup. Well, of course, they've had their early troubles, of course, having to change their coach just after one game, but bringing in a very experienced coach and tactician, Javier Rena, and they'll be hoping for better returns, especially tactically. But back to cricket here. Keith Amani gets his first time of asking with ball in hand, creates a half chance, run out opportunity, not taken. Kenneth Weiss will be lucky to still be out there. He felt that was an opportunity that could have been taken. But with just 5 deliveries to end the power play, you get a feeling that the Victoria Strikers will want to make full use of this particular passage of play with just 2 fielders outside the ring, 2 fielders extra cover and long on. Great take there from Cyrus Kakuru. And good areas. We are strangely seeing a bit more patches and output for the fast bowlers that are bowling from the shell end, seeming to find some bite and juice out of the wicket. And that's what you want to see. So look at the toss. Did state how they have a very long lineup, so you imagine they will not be looking at anything under that 180 run mark.
And they've gotten some very good urgency here from Simon. Their power plays have been massive for the teams. The Ugandan teams starting to realize that their power plays, even if you lose 2 wickets, get into the 80s, get into the 70s. That should give you some comfort with the wickets lost. Kenneth Weiss cuts again. Does he get a run? Yes, Diva Valani is the fielder. Keith Amani coming to the attack. His figures were forgettable yesterday, but today is a very good day for him to fight and hustle. How do you fire a coach after one game in a World Cup? What type of resources do you have to get a coach a visa in one day? Or was it pre-planned?
Well, let's first get to the context itself. I think he was not fired because of the result per se. It was more to do with the tactics that he deployed.
So tactics bring the result, Davis. You're going through corners. Go straight.
It's not always a case of the end justifying the means. I'll tell you that. And you obviously know that strategy is extremely important in this art or science that we've chosen to partake. Similar to literally warfare. You must be able to find a way of being intelligent, finding a way of using your resources. So it's because of those tactics that the Federation of the Tunisians just felt that they could not afford to keep going with the coach. And quickly forgot that he's the one that had actually got them to qualify for the World Cup. But they bring in a tactician who is very experienced, former winner with Zambia together with the Ivorians. So he would know his way around international soccer.
Of course, Haverana is one of the most loved coaches by journalists all over Africa. I know how the other gender even loves to interview him more than what he does on the ground.
I know one particular one who really loved interviewing him.
I know the name.
Now is not the platform to actually bring the name to light. But with that over, brilliant over from Keith Amani brings an end to the power play of the Victoria Strikers, who managed to get 61 for the loss of 1 after 6. Innocent again, just again to speak about sport that is happening outside Lugogo itself. I'll tell you that a young man, obviously formerly a young man, Kumar Sangakara, played in a community kind of league, in a community match there in England. And in that particular game, he was wearing a helmet that was given to him by Jaiswal, of course, whom he mentors at the Rajasthan Royals. And in that game, he scored 167, I think, with the 144 runs coming in boundaries. So it's just testament to even the old guys finding their way to ensure that they keep playing some bit of cricket, the sport that we all love. So, Innocent, I don't think it's too early to raise your boots up and literally call time on your career. You still have an opportunity to go out there and bowl a couple of left arm donkey drops as you used to.
I had nothing.
Well, Munir Ismail continues to operate from the Ginger Road end. He'll be hoping that the fact that he's bowling out of the power play now, with 5 fielders patrolling the boundary, he'll be hoping that he does not leak a couple of the boundaries that he leaked earlier. So if he can find out keeping Simon quiet, especially with the matchup being in his favor. It is back-to-back dot balls for Munir Ismail. Good passage of play here for the Choga Avengers. They want to ensure that the Victoria Sharks strikers do not quickly get out of hand for them. They need to be in touching distance when they come out to chase down whatever score is set.
Simon goes, bang! The dressing room walls have felt the bare branch of Simon Cesar's power. He's been pushing and pushing the envelope, and hopefully he says it will rip today. He has a half century already in this tournament, not one but two. Boys are still here trying to find the gaps. Not a fluent innings from him. 2 runs from 7 balls. And it's the end of the 7th. 69 for 1.
Well, and the captain of the Choga Avengers has had enough and opted to bring himself on. Gerard Dolipa bowled some decent right-arm off spinners. So it's good to see the batters, out-and-out batters, starting to add to their skill set. Any kind of value you can add to the setup, team setup, will obviously be taken. So it's good to see him opt to bowl himself, especially bowling against the left-hander in Simon Cesar.
A 5 for Gerard Olipa yesterday. He'll be receiving his match ball today. It was, guess what? In a losing cause though.
Wait.
Starts off with the dot ball. Spoke about a 5 for Gerard Olipa. Should have seen how my jaw dropped.
Wait.
But I picked it up just in time. But as I said, for me, if you can add value to the setup by bowling, even if it's 1 or 2 decent quality right-arm off-spin overs, it even gives the coach, Steve Tikolo, a bit more options in terms of team balance.
The leading wicket taker, Mr. Gerard Olipa, with 13 scalps. And it's come through every time the opposing batsmen are looking to run away with the score. It's been that type of tournament, Davis. 229 sixes by match day number 7. 381 fours. And the runs 4,513. It means at least 300 runs have been scored every game. So make that 155, 160 per innings from both teams. I felt, as you see that big six from Simon, who is now into his 50s already, the half century coming up. Make that 56 with that big one. Has been good. If the teams can average 160, 155, 160, the Little League will start to mean something.
Great numbers there. The high performance team will be hoping that they can only get better.
Wait.
It's this kind of tournaments that allow the players to go there and express themselves but continue to improve at tremendous pace. But with that single brings an end to the 8th. The Victoria Strikers are 78 for the loss of 1.
Yeah. Are we on time?
No.
How many?
So far behind.
This, I tell you what, there have been 16 half centuries in this tournament on match number 7. If you add to them match number 8, it means that there's been a half century in each of the innings. Again, another pick up there point to build on. And of course, there was a century from Riyazat Ali Shah. That century over 37 balls. 7 6 on 57 in 8 overs. It means there's still enough gas in the tank for him to cross the 3 coveted figures.
I mean, the more important statistic there is that it's come off the 50 came off 32 balls, so he's now scored a run a ball after that 50. For me, the key thing is if you can keep his strike rate anywhere around the 200 mark. And Kenneth Weiss was had enough of just having sighters. And muscles that run over long on for his first maximum. Kenneth Weiss is one of those who's been short of runs. We'll be hoping that with this tremendous start, he can look to not only simply get on the scoring board, but also pick some good score and strike rate.
Even the bowlers haven't been left out in this tournament.
Wait.
Young Adam Kasim had 5 wickets for 16 runs for the Bunyonyi Warriors on the day they won. They beat the Choke Avengers the day they defended 136. That was yesterday, but one unlike and against all odds.
I'm coming back.
Chance for a catch. Does it carrying? Fine effort from the skip of the day, Gerard Olipa. He realizes also the boundaries were just a few feet from him, so he lets go of the ball as he finds his balance. Davis 3 5-wicket hauls. Adam Kasim, Matthew Musingu's in his first match after finishing his exams, and
It's over.
Gerard Olipa. So spinners with the 5-wicket hauls, not pace bowlers like you would imagine in a T20.
I think the statistic has generally always been that spinners have appeared to be picking a lot more wickets. Of course, traditionally, a lot of batters like to attempt to take them on. But the key part is that a lot of spinners have developed and evolved to ensure that they have just enough variations to be able to deceive batters in terms of turn, in terms of that extra bit of either flight or flutter deliveries. Spinners have a lot more control in terms of where they can choose to pitch the ball and choose to where to get hit. So it's, for me, no surprise that the 3 5-wicket hauls are from 3 spinners. I'm more surprised that one of those spinners is Gerard Olipa.
And there it is, Gerard Olipa bowling the 10th. First over was beautiful. But now this is the catch, and that's how he strikes. Kenneth Waiswa says it's not my day, but that has been the type of tournament for that man. Former vice captain of the Cricket Cranes and captain of the Baby Cricket Cranes. He was captain of that team that had 1 foot into the Airbus to New Zealand and then just jumped off as the Pirates decided to engage the runway. No one will forget that day when they set only 59 in Nairobi on the final day in a tournament where they scored 300 for fun every time they batted first. Talented group, including many other players. He's gone 88 for 2. A semblance of normalcy into the innings now for the bowlers, the Choke Avengers. They will think they have clawed back nicely into the match. Sebanja always has something to say, and he's talking to Kenneth Waiswa, giving him some pep talk. I don't know if it helps now that he's out, on where he could have placed the ball, on how he could have directed it. He went helter-skelter early on in his innings and he fell for 10 of 12, playing out so many dot balls and trying to play catch up with the number of balls he had faced. Another good delivery from the leading wicket taker of the Great Lakes with 14 scalps.
Well, Innocent, just speaking about the fact that Jonathan Sebanja, the coach of the Victoria Strikers, was having a quick word with Kenneth Weiss. I'm not too sure, as a player, I'm not too sure if that was the best time to receive that kind of feedback, especially at that time your emotions are still running a bit high, so is the adrenaline. So you think or you imagine that maybe in a less quiet and a less competitive environment is when you want to try and pass on a bit of that information. But I guess they obviously know a lot more than a lot of us who are in the comms box. But Gerard Olipa is doing a very good job. He's keeping the run scoring in check. Consider just 12 runs, picking up that one wicket of Kenneth Weiss in the 10-11 deliveries he's bowled. So great stuff from him so far.
Hey!
Cyrus Kakuru enjoying the bowling of Gerard Olipa. Look at his figures. His 2 overs have gone for 13. And when all the other bowling is being taken to the cleaners, Olipa is showing a thing or two about how to bowl when men who want to take you on are in the middle. At the halfway stage, Victoria Strikers have 92 and have lost just 2 wickets.
Bowling change. Right arm over.
For the first time in the tournament, here's Ronald Utaya with some medium pacers. Known as a batsman. Now he's bowling some medium pace. He's bowling some real good lines here, Lutaya. Behind the scenes, Davis for be working on extra skills to stay in conversations for selections. And I see how surprised you are. Hold your breath. Look at the lines Lutaya is bowling. 3 dot balls. Coach's delight.
Yes, Innocent, I'm extremely surprised to see the ball get thrown to Lutaya, but he's doing a decent job so far. He's yet to concede anything. Surprise, surprise. He's probably equally as surprised as we are.
And even the batters don't know what to expect. I know they play with him, but not many a time have they seen him generate, like the youngsters say. Again, 5 dot balls to Christopher Kidega.
Innocent, this bowling from Lutaya must remind you from another famous retired left-hand opening batsman who bowled some military medium pace.
They get a single. The last ball just tickles it around the corner.
It's over.
Kidega and is off running, doesn't give him a maiden. But what an over to start things here for Lutaya. At the end of the 11th, 93 for 2. Olipa is given a chance to bowl his third. Ticket final to Mr. Ivan Baidu. Leg buys it is. Was the umpire standing out in the middle there. Simon Kintu, who's done a couple of games with the ICC in the ICC T20s. Simon hitting the sweepers nicely. Conor Obama is the fielder.
Collegi.
Again, hitting the sweepers now. Kidega is being calm. He has very good pretensions as a big-time all-rounder for Uganda cricket, Kidega. Simon going down, and look at what the fielder does. Conrad Rubwama is a guilty party in front of his coaches. The poorest sight thus far on the park this morning.
Just wondering if Conrad Rubwama is that long on or a very wide deep mid wicket. Another chance, but not taken. Ball did not carry to Calvin Watua. Races away for 4 runs.
The fours continue to come for Simon. Since he got his 50, he's been a little quiet. He got the 50 from 35 balls. And now he races into 70 from 45 balls. So he's gotten 20 runs from 10 balls from when he got his 50.
Wait, come on. Come on, look. Don't worry, college.
He also hits there. $104 for 2 after 12.
Innocent, you kind of dodged what I was trying to inquire from you about the left-hand opening batter that bowled some doublers. He called medium pacers.
Stone. Yeah. Ainda sidaka wadeka pia sika finye. Yeah.
Innocent, I'll correct you and perhaps bring to your attention that he once bowled in an East Africa Premier League match, a game that I think the Nile Knights were up against Congonis. Either Congonis or one of those Can-based teams. But I think it was Congonis. And in that particular game, in that one over he bowled, he created a chance that went to Benzo, and unfortunately Benzo wasn't able to hold on to it. Oh my God, we never had the last of that one over from Treviatha. But this time round, he's like for like opening batsman turned medium pacer. Lutaya cleans up. Simon Sessas sends him back to the heart for 70.
Look at the celebration. Lutaya is not waiting to be hugged, he's hugging everyone. It's a big wicket that is picked up here. What a find for the men in lime green. What a find for the Choga Avengers. Onto the leg stump, but that rattles the leg stump. It uproots the leg stump. Simon Sessas is not able to play it finer to the boundary like he's been doing throughout the tournament. The job is done, but half done.
The king of kings. One and only. World heavyweight. Calvin. Calvin.
The dugout of the Victoria Strikers.
Leg. Slightly. Off. Right arm over. 3 balls.
The good deliveries here going to come in with a Soloka walking out to bat at number 5. Guess what a find for Lutaya has been for the Choga Avengers. Look at his figures. Just 2 runs in the 9 balls he's bowled thus far.
No, wait.
If I hadn't been here to actually witness for myself, I never would have believed that those are Ronald Lutaya's bowling figures. For him to have just considered 2 runs picking up that 1 wicket of Simon Sessas in the 10 deliveries he has bowled is tremendous stuff. It's been a great find for his team.
Oh, wait. No.
It's over.
End of the over now. And after 13, Lutaya is the man with the ball because his figures are 1 for 2 in 2 overs. 105 for 3 after 13.
College.
Olipa with his final over just happened to give it some flight and let the batters hustle for the runs. These two out there, businessmen, Moloka and Kidega. Dot ball affair now. Fine over. 4 runs from the 5 balls. Final ball for the man who is the leading wicket taker. He's clipped that one nicely, but they are wides. He'll have to do it again. 5 wides to the total. They'll also go to the bowler's statistics. Fine spell. 1 for 32 for the leading wicket taker over the Great Lakes Men's T20 with 14 scalps. Oliver Gerard, well done for today. He's gone at an economy of 8 per over. And the score is 114 for 3.
Let's go, guys. Let's go.
The man with the golden arm thus far. And that will be a catch. Another one bites the dust. Skip Oloka, a quiet tournament with the bat in the middle stages continues. It's Lutaya who strikes again. Look at his figures. He wanted to help that one along nicely, but got the top end of the bat. And an easy catch for Divya Valani. Lutaya 2 for 2 in 2.1. He's done more than mesmerize himself.
Absolutely shocked himself as well. But he'll be glad with the kind of returns he's had so far. He's literally picked up half of the number of wickets that have been picked up by his team. So he'll know that he's contributing with ball in hand, but he will know that the utmost role that he has to perform and deliver for his team is going to come later in the second inning when he has the bat in his hand. It's been a bit quiet as well for the quality and huge expectations that are on his back and shoulders. He'll hope that perhaps this is one of those games that can allow him get anywhere close to the amount of form that we did see him in that first ever Waterfalls Elite T20 tournament.
That's off. Right arm over, 5 balls.
Ashila Robert doesn't waste time. Lutaya doesn't start to get some thoughts. A figment of his imagination could be telling him, now I am a bowler. And then he will forget to bat. Quick run taken there. Arjuna and Kidega working well there. Lutaya is hit downtown for the first boundary, and it is 6. He's wearing a grin on his face. Looks at his captain. He looks rather surprised that one of his deliveries has been hit for 6.
One of these dealers has finally been sunk into. Hit over that infield there. Work to do for the field at long on. But there is no taking any bets. I'm sure Conrad Luama would have preferred it sailing over.
This one is a cream downtown the ground. Calvin Watua does a fine cleanup. Two for two at one stage. How many more can they make from retire? Oh, how many more scalps can he prize out? Touch and go. Kidega realizing that all runs will count. And it takes one to hog the strike at the beginning of the next over. Retire's third over ends is the biggest he's bowled in terms of runs conceded. And it's gone for 10 runs. But there's a wicket at the start of it as he dismissed the captain of the strikers. 124 for 4 after 15.
Tuangueko.
I'll send the register. All right. Yes, I've seen it.
Juma.
Amani, the bowler, tidy lines today from him. First over went for just 1 run. And now after bowling 2 deliveries, he goes for his second run. Chance for a catch. Quarter is the call. And Arjuna, hard luck to you, mate. He'll take a walk. Hit hard, but not hard enough past the bowler. 125 for 5 now. The Victoria Strikers are failing to engage second gear in their innings. They had 92 runs in 10 overs. And now they've added 33 runs in 5.3 overs. So they've been scoring at 5 runs every over from the 10th, thanks to the tight overs bowled by Lotaya and that man Dan Keith Amani, who strikes now. He's got a wicket and he's only gone for 2 runs in 9 balls. Wicket time. Amos Ahura comes and goes in a whimper. All with a whimper. Whichever you look at it. He went for a very cheeky shot. He got runs yesterday. We'll see how he plays. He plays a very cheeky shot, trying to lap him off at the keeper's head. Instead, it's his furniture that is rattled. $125 for 5 becomes $125 for 6.
Cheching. Hat-trick ball. Come on, Case. Middle. Off.
Jaffa Ochaya is the new man in.
Wait, Juma! No. Lovely boys. Stop, boys! Aye. Juma! Come on! Juma! Oh!
1:26 now for 6. Tight spell, tight stuff from Dan Kithamani, who, like Lutaya, have worked in tandem partnership to keep the second half of the innings here for the Victoria Strikers very quiet. His figures 2 for 4 in 2 overs. These are figures we've hardly seen in this tournament. But Lutaya, a big time batsman in his career, and Dan Kithamani are the owners of these figures.
Slightly.
127 for 6 after 16.
Off.
And guess what? Here is Lutaya to bowl his final over. 2 for 11 now. Pulled down, pulled very fine. Lutaya wants a fielder everywhere. He's asking the captain, why don't I have a fielder down at deep square leg? Yeah. Yet he has one already at short mid-wicket. And mid-wicket, it's just a poor delivery. You must realize in cricket, as a bowler, you only have 10 fielders minus yourself. Cream through the covers. Fine effort from Calvin Watua. Just a couple of runs. This one is hit very well into the commentary box. And it's all good, all safe. Someone was taking cover. I like how he took evasive action. He held his head fast. Not the iPhone.
That guy is moving the wrong way.
Yes. Jaffa Ochaya taking a liking to Taya's bowling. And reminding him that every day is not a Friday, because it's been a very good Friday for Taya with the ball. Whatever happens, this will be very good figures. He's already gone for 10 runs in this over now. And 2 balls left in his spell. This one is hit big. Who wants that? This will be wicket number 3 for Taya. But it's parried. Wama Conrad, a very guilty party. He stays on the ground. He's not a dead man. He's just feeling the guilt of putting down what looked like an easy chance. And look, has got some artistry in him. He just rolls his fingers around that one, and it's very slow. And the batsman, thinking he's still generating raw pace, he doesn't find real good contact. Final ball for Lutaya today. And Lutaya, the bowler, does very well. He won't go for a boundary, but they want to, and they're running very quickly. And what happens? A poor fielding effort in the deep. Dan Kithamani, shades of guilt, how that crept past him. Yet everyone else has been feeling very nicely for him. Him and Ruwama, look at that. Come on, they say keep your eyes on the ball. Dan Kithamani was caught watching everything else apart from the ball. End of Lutaya's spell. The final over has been tonked for 16 runs, and that disturbs his figures a little bit, but they still remain respectable at 2 for 27 in 4. And after 17 overs, the Victoria Strikers are on 1 for 3 for 6. Chance for a catch, but I tell you what, that has been smoked out of the park by Jaffo Chaya, who's looking like the Jaffo Chaya everyone has been waiting to see in this Elite League cricket. First he took Mr. Ronald to the cleaners, and now you see this one to the bunkers of Copper Chimney here. Copper Chimney, of course, is a beautiful restaurant. Tries to pull this one in front of square. Calvin Watua is running very hard. The pickup is good. The throw is even better. Good stuff to you, Calvin. From the boundary, showing a lot of heart. He's another man who could buy a run from a supermarket if it were allowed in this tournament. A long vigil has continued for him, but the coach, Derek Bakunze, has insisted, you are a national team player. You play all games, irrespective of what happens to your figures. They've taken a hit. Tell you what, they may never be around every day, but those selectors keep watching and following. But the coaches have done their bit every day here. Steve Tikolo, right behind there in your frame, wearing the red. Roger Mukasa is around, and Jackson Ogwang. There you are, a fine catch. Kidega, pedestrian knock, for lack of use for better word. He's been to pedestrian for T20 cricket, 11 from 22. Beggars belief. And he's taken out of his misery there. That's a beautiful catch taken by Diva Valani. Keith Amani is dropping catches, letting balls slip through him, but people are taking his catches here. And look at his figures now. 3 for 12. 2.4.
Well, good to see the Choga Avengers crawl their way back into this particular one. Felt that the Victoria Strikers got the much needed quick out of the blocks kind of start. Of course, followed the fact that Simon Sesaze together Wazombe Perry gave them a tremendous launch pad for them to set a blaze, but unfortunately the second they lost those two openers, the cards came down, the wheels came off, and they find themselves in a little bit of a spot of bother with a chance of actually being bowled out. at the back end of the inning here. But Keith Amani has caused a lot of the damage in their inning. Not allowed the Victoria strikers mid-order to get anywhere close to the launch pad they might have liked. Final 2 deliveries from Keith. What can he produce? Off the mark immediately for Jonathan Kiza. He is no rabbit with the bat. He likes to use the long handle. Hit some very big maximums. But he's batting with Jaffa Ochaya, who's already found himself at 24 of just 10 deliveries. He's giving the innings the impetus that it does deserve. Maybe you can get a maximum on this final delivery of Keith Amani's spell. Great response from Keith Amani. Takes all the pace off, can only get that hit down to long on for a single, and with that single brings an end to the 18th. The Victoria Strikers are 153 for the loss of 7.
Bowling change, round the left arm round.
You know, you see, no funny thing. This guy has not been chappered yet. But when you go to international, you know they close pass.
Everybody trying to trickle in down in Lugogo.
Yeah.
The weekend, there's no second guessing. Starts on a Friday in Uganda. And the fans will come through as the clock ticks away. Penalment over coming through. Ivan Baidu. His 2 overs have gone for 15. He's not been very shabby. He was injured yesterday and he missed out. That number I've given.
Farrell struck down there, extra cover. But unfortunately for Ivan Baidu, starts off his second spell with a no ball. A judge a free hit. So Jonathan Chiza will enjoy having to face a free hit delivery early on in his inning.
Roger. Not getting enough wood on that one. Jonathan Kiza not happy with himself. There's a change in the field. Baidu wants the man at 30 yards to stand up. So Calvin Watua is in the 30 yards from long off. And that is hit straight to retire. The sweeper, they'll only take 1 run. So Baidu knows a thing or two about what he's doing. A tale of 2 tapes. A tale of 2 innings in this game. 92 in the first 10. And if the strikers get anything less than 180, they'll have punched themselves into a little coma. There they are. In your last frame there, Tumsime, a counselor at LC3 level, maybe for Naguru area. He loves his politics, but I've seen him. He still coaches tennis and he coaches cricket.
One?
He was one of the guys who welcomed me this morning. And I tell you what, he relieved me of some money for breakfast, which we shared. He made sure I get some of it. And he's my mate. Played together in charity trust fund and won a couple of big games together. A lot of good height on that one, but because the fielder is in the infield, they run back for two. Baidu trusting his skill levels to get him across the line. I like a thinking bowler like Ivan Baidu. Yes, he side off to two no balls. But he's gone for not more than 8 thus far. Leans into this one. It's screamed down straight to Connie. Call him Conrad Rwama. Fine end to the spell from that man. Baidu. None for 23 in 3. He's been moving at 7 and over. And 161 for 7 is the score for the Victoria Strikers, who opted to bat first after 19 overs. Final over, the Victoria Strikers are moving at 8.47 per over. Ochaya on 31 from 16. A strike rate that is beautiful, 198. Dan Keith Amani still has an over. And they're coming back for the second. Yes, he runs past one. And see what they do. They're coming back for the third. Jet-heeled affair between Ochaya and Mr. Jonathan Kiza.
Not too sure Keith Aman is the one person on the field. Him and Conrad Rwama can make any steering or complaints to other people's fielding. They've had a torrid time in the field. But he's rocked the boat of the Victoria Strikers, picking up 3 wickets. They want to finish on a high, especially in this final over of the inning.
Hit straight back to Dan Keith Amani. He's a fighter. He's back on his feet. Jonathan Kiza quickly to come and have a quick check on him. But many times the players don't want that. The dugout quick to say that the man is okay. And it's used as a bit of a mockery when the ball rushes you and hits you on the arm or on the shoulder. They're quick to call the physio. Physio! As if to mock you that you're a weak man and you've gone down so easily. You can't manage a fight in an arena. So he's all right. Dan Keith Amani, he won't need the physio to come on.
Well, it's a very good thing that he doesn't need the physio. Of course, horrible side there from in that World Cup game between Qatar and Canada. A player, unfortunately, breaking his leg in action, so never a good sight. Ochaya goes for height, unfortunately doesn't get distance to it, and it allows the captain Gerard Olipa to complete an easy catch and an end to the fantastic knock of Jaffa Ochaya, who's played a more than handy knock to get his team to 165 for 7. There it is in your replay. Could only get high to it. Allowed Gerard Olipa to sit right under it into those bucket arms, bringing an end to a more than handy knock, much needed for the Victoria Strikers as they find themselves over that 160 run mark.
3 balls left. One Photopoto product, call them Nyakasura product, will be bowled into another Nyakasura product in Matthew Musinguzi with 3 balls left here in the innings. 165. 8 per over has proved insufficient on this oval, except for one team that defended 137. The Bunyunyu Warriors, when they picked up their second victory yesterday, but won. The keeper is standing up and is enjoying all the takes, falling right into that big bucket glove of his. Early birds in the stadium, happy to catch the action. He clips that one nicely. No, it doesn't get off the bat. Will it race to the boundary? No, it won't. Divya Valani stopping that one. Wides on offer. We'll have to do that all over again. And there are 2 wides taken. 167. How many more can they get? 2 balls now. Very bowled. What a yorker. What a beautiful yorker. Jonathan Kiza as a bowler primarily knows there are not many answers for such a delivery. Final ball. Chance for a catch. Is this the 5-er? No, it will not be the 5-er.
Shot.
Just the 1 run to end things here. And that's how things end for the Victoria Strikers. Just a sing at the very end. Beautiful figures for Dan Kithamani. 4 for 21. In his allotted 4 overs. Musinguzi Matthew, 0 of 1. Davis Karashani with the match summary.
Well, the Chocolate Avengers have been able to keep this Victoria Strikers down to just 168, but that particular 168 came off the bat of Simon Sessas. Got 7 of 47 on Chaya, quick fire 34 for 18, Kidega pedestrian knock of 11 of 23. The pick of the bowlers, Amani Keith, got picked up 4 wickets for 21. Lutaya, surprise Lutaya, picked up 2 for 21, and Nkwaliga Collins only bowled 2 overs but went for 29. So in stark response, the Chiaga Avengers will require 169 to pick up yet another victory and stay at the summit of the Great Lakes T20 tournament. Do stay with us as we will be back for the second inning.
Welcome back to Lugogo. That is the flag of the Pearl of Africa in your frames. Tells you what this country is all about, having got its menace in 1962 on 9th October. And there is a battle in the Pearl of Africa in the city center at the official home of cricket in Uganda, Lugogo. It's a battle between the Choga Avengers and the Victoria Strikers. Victoria Strikers getting 168 for 8. They batted in 2 halves, and it was a tale of 2 innings. Having had 92 for 2 in the first 10 overs, they went on to half and puff, getting just 76 runs in the last 10 overs. And they lost a lot of wickets, 6 in number, as they scored only 76 runs in the last 10. So different tale of the tape, different storyline. 76 for 6 in the last 10 and 92 for 2 in the first 10. Tells you how they operated. Thanks to the bowling of none other than that man, 4 for 18, Mr. Dan Keith Amani, and Lutaya, 2 for 27 in his 4, bowling for the first time at this stage. Stage is set, and the onus is on the batters for the Choga Avengers to work for this victory and stay right on top of the log. A victory here will make them surely uncatchable. And a victory here for them will mean they are champions of the first ever edition of the Great Lakes Men's T20 Tournament. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the second innings. My name is Innocent Daula, and I have former Cricket Cranes captain Davis Arinitwe Karashani with me in the comms box. It is still good morning. Good morning, sir.
Good morning, Innocence, and the viewers out there. Thank you very much for choosing this particular stream as your choice of entertainment. And well, entertainment, it has been after 8 days of somehow great, fantastic franchise cricket. Of course, the tournament started out with the females version, has then come down to the final bend, as this is the penultimate day of the men's format. But opening the bowling from the Ginger Road end is Matthew Musinguzi. Start of the short delivery that is worked by Kakuru Cyrus. He is up and running, 4 runs to his total. And the Choga Avengers mean business. They intend to hand this down pretty quickly. The Rippler will tell you so. Slightly short delivery, a little bit of turn in there. But good use of his feet and use of his crease. Cyrus Kakuru pounces on that one. Good comeback delivery from Matthew. Time balls are a bit quicker. Do you feel that the Choga Avengers have been extremely dominant in this kind of this particular tournament? They have pounced on anything short, anything full. Like to the data there, but I want to believe they have hit easily the most number of sixes, closely followed by Mburo Blasters. who have been destructive. But Conrad Lubama is on strike. He will be hoping to have a much better inning with bat in hand. He was not. He didn't have a delightful day in the field. Put down one, but also let a couple of balls slip through his arms. Starts off with the dot ball, but he'll want to get quickly out of the blocks. Glides that beautifully down to that slightly vacant region at third man for just one run. We'll know that the Victoria Strikers got 62 in their power play. And you get a feeling that the Chog Avengers would want to be anywhere around that mark to make light work of these ranches. Again, same areas, high scoring region for the two batters out there. And it has just enough to run over the boundary. Not even the half-hearted effort from Ahura Amos was able to get hand to it. Second boundary in the over of Cyrus Kakuru's blade. And with the dot ball brings an end to the first. And the Chok Avengers are 10 for no loss. Well, opening the bowling for the Victoria Strikers will be Jonathan Chiza, who will be opening from that shell end. He's bowled some lively pace. He's been able to get some punches out of the wicket, and I think he's bowling from the right end of the field here. We did see again in the first inning, we did see Collins Okwalinga get a bit of punches together with Keith Amani from that end. So he'll be hoping for anything similar. The fielders outside the ring are deep point of sorts and fine leg. Drop and run, actually deep point and a deep square leg. So that will tell you the kind of length that he will be intending to operate at. That 3/4 length and slightly on the shorter side. The field will tell you that he doesn't intend to bowl anything full, as he will not mind being cut and pulled square of the wicket, because that is where he has protection. Half chance created, and that bounces right through the fielder's hands. Perry Wazombe makes a total meal out of that one. What would have been the first wicket for the Victoria Strikers goes down as yet another chance in the tournament that has not been completed, whereas the 6 tally has been high. I'd like to see the data in terms of the dropped opportunities. So that will be an area of concern for the head coach Steve Tukolo and Jackson Ogwang and the rest of the technical dugout of the Cricket Cranes. Will know that they need to up their fielding if they are to go pound for pound against the top associate nations in the world. Well, it's been that kind of tournament. Lots of runs. Some very close games that went down to the wire. But there've also been those areas of concern, particularly about the fielding. In the afternoon, we will be having yet another what should be a great clash between the Mboro Blasters and the Bunyonyi Warriors. Slightly short delivery, but this time round, just the perfect line, not allowing Conrad Lubwama any width. An opportunity to use his hands. Great length there from Jonathan Chiza. That afternoon clash I've just spoken about, Mboro Blasters up against the Bunyonyi Warriors. Two teams that find themselves on the extreme ends of the table. The Mboro Blasters want to pick up another victory to try and keep the pressure on the Choga Avengers, while the Bunyonyi Warriors, who sit at the bottom of the table, want to get back into winning ways. Good to see Jonathan Chiza yet again get patches out of the wicket. Good opportunity to showcase his skills. Well, it is a Friday, a couple of minutes to afternoon, so they get a feeling the fans will start trickling in anticipation to start their weekend at the home of Uganda Cricket as they watch the afternoon clash. We did speak about it, short delivery, that's in the air. Kenneth Wise for the field underneath that one and makes light work of it. Completes what appeared to be a difficult chance, and Conrad Lubwama is sent back to the hut. Scores just 2 of 6 deliveries, and his bad day does not get any better. But good running catch there from Kenneth Waiswa. Victoria Strikers pick their first, and they will believe. There is a sense of belief on the field. And as one former captain of the Victoria Strikers, Kenneth Waiswa, gets rid of Conrad Lubwama, in walks the captain of the Choga Avengers, Gerard Olipa. He's been a man on fire. He'll be hoping that his rich vein of form can continue. And after 2, the Choga Avengers are 16 for 1. Their dugout in Euphrem doesn't appear to be shaken at all. They look very comfortable. They'll believe that this 160, 169 to be exact, is not out of their reach. And Pius Oloka, the captain of the Victoria Strikers, makes the big ball decision to ball himself from the Ginger Road end. Similar field to what Jonathan Chiza had. 2 fielders outside the ring, a deep point and deep square leg. Yes, and that will tell you a thing or two, that the length he'll be trying to bowl will be nothing close to full. Looking to bowl into the wicket and get that 3/4 mark. Beautiful shot picked out there by the camera team.
National team. There's a concept. Oloka Pius. Aliniza over here. Slapped through the covers by that man with long levers. Is one of the players that I know has the best hand-eye coordination in Ugandan cricket. The young Olipa, but he's become his own Olipa. More of a batter. The elder brother was a medium technical pacer. The ones you like to call doublies. But it was technical. A few cutters here and there. First ball I really saw trying to make use of the semi-new ball. And this one is hit over behind the keeper, edged, and the outfield will do the rest after the bounce. It's a boundary. Cyrus Kakuru continuing to engage the gears here. He will not be stopping. He wants the victory in quick time. 8 days in, day number 8. Of course, fatigue will set in, but the players have done very well to show good energy levels throughout. He started his innings and his tournament like a house on fire, Conrad Lubwama. But he's been folding meekly going forward, as this is a hit straight down the ground. Conrad Wama on his socials posted one particular video I took interest in. Him cut shotting Cosmas Cheuta for 6, a big 6. And the message on the video was nice and easy. We grind on.
Beautiful caption there. But yes, we live in that kind of era whereby one with a lot of social media content. Well, and as Cyrus Kakuru continues to enjoy this kind of military bowling from Paya Soloka, speaking about the era we live in, many people say it's an area of overhyped sports personalities who make full use of the social media platforms, but otherwise, I'm one of those that believes that the athletes today are looking to make as much use of social media. So which for me is a good thing. Wasn't there obviously years down the road. But that caption for me from Conrad Wama says just enough to keep people interested. But I'd like to see him actually bat a lot long and be a lot more imposing in the tournament, especially as you rightly said, it started pretty well. But he has simply gone on to fade like a shadow into dusk. But Cyrus Kakuru is far from being the shadow. He's continuing to muscle any short deliveries and make full use of that not very long boundary. Back-to-back sixes. Not too sure about this length, especially for the fact that they do have a third man and a deep point. But with that maximum brings an end to the third. And the Choga Avengers are cruising at 38 for 1.
Big over there. 38 now. For 1. After 3 overs for the Choga Avengers, the table toppers. That's a beautiful shot. He just got butt onto it. Jonathan Kiza very guilty of bowling it very wild and very short. Once he leaned into it, it was going to be a boundary.
Great effort from there, from the bat himself. Just the use of the hands. Takes a little front foot forward push of sorts to get himself in line. Transfers that weight onto the front foot. It used to be his Achilles heel because that foot used to come right across the stumps and you'd have to play around it. But it's good to see he has put in some work and look to try and correct that. Back-to-back boundaries. The captain of the Choga Avengers means business. This time around, hits it straight back at the bowler. Bit of evasive action there from Jonathan Chiza. Choga Avengers are clearly in some form of hurry. They want to get this wrapped up pretty quickly. We're yet to see the introduction of any slow bowling options. But it just appears like they're taking a serious liking in this medium pace. Slightly short delivery and width on offer. Work to do for Eric Mukisa, who doesn't have the legs to keep it in. Too much weight on that one from Jonathan Chiza. He wants to get a lot straighter, ball a lot, nothing wide of that fourth stump line. Jared is one of those that pounces very heavily on width. But with that boundary, brings up the 50-run mark. The curtains are quickly coming down here for the Victoria Strikers. Good change of pace there from Jonathan Chiza, reading what exactly the wicket is doing. and he's understood that there's not much offering in the wicket for the bowlers. So you need to find a way of varying whatever pace that you're going to deliver at. But this wicket becomes the perfect exam for the bowlers in terms of what they can do and how they can assert themselves, especially on fantastic batting wickets. Jonathan goes for the short delivery, but this time around, yet again, it is that extras column that keeps ticking. It is adjudged as wide. And even worse, adjudged as one for the over, so he cannot bowl any other. So that will kind of tell you that the next delivery will be reasonably on the fuller end. And I have a slight worry for Jonathan because the two fielders are extra cover and deep square leg. He goes for another short delivery. I did speak about it because he already bowled his one for the over. It would have meant that he would not be allowed to bowl any of those again, anything above the shoulder. He does that and he pays the price. The next delivery will be a free hit.
Leans into it again. Jonathan Kiza. Saras Kakuru has come out here with the gun of a sniper. Call it the sniper's rifle. And he's been shooting down the bowling over the Victoria Strikers. They don't want to leave it late. And they're not taking any second chances. Here the Choga Avengers. Chance for a catch. Kenneth Waiswa will swallow it. Again there. Knowing when to hit and knowing when to let go. The over being very fruitful. And on the final delivery, Jonathan Kiza picks up a wicket against the run of play. That is a gift for him. Another short tracker, but Kakuru not sizing it down nicely. They were already 16, 17, 18, 19 runs in the over before he fell. He's a very guilty man, Kakuru, as he walks away. And 57 for 2 in 4 overs. Walking out to bat is a man who entertained and surprised more than himself. But everyone watching with the ball, 2 for 27 in his 4. Ronald Lutaya, the PS man, that time is gone. Now we need to see Ronald Lutaya, the one nicknamed Lutan Fire, with the bat.
Well, when I look at just the way the inning has gone so far, 57 for 2 in just 24 deliveries so far by the Choga Avengers, I'm tempted yet again to perhaps to pick up on that conversation, the world conversation, whereby Greg Chappell has simply suggested that T20 is generally very bat-friendly, that it has become very difficult in the last 10 years to encourage or to train youngsters, to even ask them to be able to come in as bowlers, into the game as bowlers. Not many people, not many youngsters would be encouraged to come in to the game today as a bowler because there's so much massacring that happens on bowlers by batters. And he has gone on to debate and say because T20 is a very batsman-friendly game, maybe it should come down to batters or teams not being allowed to bat, to have lose more than 6 wickets. So it's basically saying rather than allow batting teams bat till number 11, they should have a bit of an ultimate price so that they don't come out as risk heavy as they generally are. And it's a good testament to what is happening right here on match day number 8 of the Great Lakes T20.
Look, Chapo's notions there. Of course, he doesn't reject T20 cricket outright, but he argues that the modern T20 game has become too skewed in favor of the batting teams. And says the matches are too predictable now because they all become high-scoring affairs. and the cricket is not balanced. And he says he was also worrying about the future of Test cricket, but I can tell him the Test cricket has continued to show us it's in a good place, the purest form of the game. Slaps this one in the gap. A chance to run 2. I believe if Gerard Olipa is still there and he bats another 5 to 6 overs, he will leave his team in a good place. I like him to show some maturity, especially that now that he's the captain of the side. With Juma Miyagi on the sidelines, they are croaked. Saving his energies. For the final game, tomorrow, it will only be a mere procession to the title. Greg Chapo. Tell him about what he says also. Him coming out to say that the franchise has continued to control players and means that now the players will be looking a lot to play more T20 cricket, and the national boards will lose their strong arms, all hands around the control of where the national players play, because the national players are looking to earn a quick buck.
Yeah, and I guess it revisits that conversation that perhaps was started at the time, I think, when the Parker series did happen, whereby the rebel West Indian players at the time opted to go down and to play in South Africa or Australia, whereby they were paid a decent amount of money for them to go and play that particular tournament against what the West Indies Cricket Board had actually wanted. So it's a very difficult, it's a delicate balance that has to be played out, and we're seeing a lot of big name international players turn down central contracts from their home boards to allow them the laxity and the freedom to be able to trot the globe playing franchise T20 tournaments, again with the latest that is starting in Europe.
Was Greg Chapo a bowler or a batsman, Davis?
He was a batter, captained Australia, but more famously is one half of the brothers that were famous in that game against South Africa, whereby the Duckworth and Lewis calculation required South Africa to score 19 runs off one delivery. And they say one of the Chapos, I'll not mention which one, is the one that actually told the bowler to literally bowl underarm, to literally roll the ball underarm, because the batter would never be able to get underneath it to be able to hit it for 6 or even 19 that were required. So Greg Chapo has had a massive amount of contribution in world cricket. We also cannot forget that he is a former coach of that India cricket team. So his contributions to the game have been very noticeable. And we take a lot of delight and information from the wise heads of people like those.
You've already given her the Greg Chapo that has told someone to bowl underarm by what you have just said. I felt you're smarter than that, but anyways, who am I to judge? We see, we don't judge.
Well, with that single brings an end to the over, and after 5, the Chog Avengers are 62 for 2.
Why I asked you, Davis, why Greg Chapo, if it was a ball or a batter, I just wanted you to bring it to light for the people listening in to know what type of Greg Chapo was. Because for me, he's the first batsman that has come out and defended the bowlers. Him saying the batters should be reduced to 6 wickets. And then he goes on to say the umpire should give out anything that the batters kick once it looks like it will hit the wickets. The OBW to be skewed in favor of the batters. And also him coming out to say that the laws, generally, they should look to make bowling more influential and reduce the free hitting by the batters. So he's taking out the free hitting, he's increasing the LBWs, and is also saying only 6 wickets should be lost by a team batting. Wow, what a batsman he is. Kind of you, sir.
Well, I think I heavily agree with him, especially on the last one about the number of wickets that the team's batting should be able to lose. I feel like the other 2 suggestions from him are a little bit of a stretch, because it means that the MCC needs to sit again and then amend the laws. I'm not too sure they'll look to amend the laws only for T20 cricket. Usually, when you look at the track record of the MCC, they want to generally amend the laws holistically. But other than that, I think for me, it's not just that he might be speaking as a former, but I think he's speaking about in an attempt to save the young bowling cricketer, someone that might be interested in bowling to have a bit of a chance at this sport?
Some good reels of pace there coming through from Pius Oloka. His first over, he was not taken to the cleaners. He was hit into the next planet. 22 runs coming from that one. He's doing well thus far. And what the Avengers have done in the power plays, they've put on a lot of runs. They are on 62 now. Hitting it to the sweeper. Perry Wazombe. It's been a masterclass here in the commentary box this morning. Whenever Davis is in the building, you get to learn a little more free of charge, because he seems to have his grips around the new rules, the latest comments, all the things happening in sport. We talked about the Women's World Cup, the New Zealand and England series, and the FIFA World Cup. And I just told you about also Jaiswal giving Kuma Sangakara that helmet. I touched on Kuma Sangakara, commented on that particular day. And I tell you what, he's also brought now to light what Greg Chapo does offer. So if you've got a commentary gig, give it to Karashani. You may learn a little more than just cricket.
Innocent, I'll also tell you that right now in Copenhagen, Denmark, they're hosting what they call the Thomas and Uber Cup. It is a badminton event whereby something similar to the Davis Cup in lawn tennis, where the top nations in the world come together to play against each other in particular groups to pick up maximum honors. So that is yet another international event that is happening right now in our lifetime.
The runs continue to flow. Now what is happening in the comms box is that Mr. Davis Karashani Arinito is just showing off, because I can also tell you, maybe he's taking advantage of my presence, but I can also tell you Davis Karashani played badminton and represented Uganda at the underage stage when it comes to badminton and table tennis. So when he talks about the Thomas and Uber Cup, call it the Davis Cup of sorts. If you're a tennis player, touch and go, quick running between the wickets. And talk about the Thomas and Uber Cup, you know that China are the benchmark in men's, when it comes to men's team competitions. And they have a couple of new young players that are showing that the new generation is stepping up. From France's Alex Lania, India's Ayush Shetty, and Korea's Ansei Young.
Well done, Innocent. You clearly know your way around sport, especially you having been or still are a very seasoned all-round sports journalist. Now is a good time not to talk about your cricket playing career, but you take your flowers and your garden of flowers in terms of your sports commentary and your all-round sports knowledge.
I can tell you, time Davis, I earned anything like a badge for Uganda at the under-19 level. We had some of the most strict, call them sticklers for discipline in terms of selection. Playing alone was not enough. I was reminded by Bob Chisubi back then, so I am not a shabby talent either. Although you might want to pour some cold water on a warm body. But here we are. The power play is done and dusted. The Avengers have gotten off like a house on fire, 67-2. But guess who have tried to pour some cold water on the innings? Not Davis Arinito Karashani like he's doing to Innocent Daula, but the bowling with 2 late wickets there. They were 50 up inside 3.4 overs. But from then on, they've added 17 runs in over 2 overs. So a good comeback by the bowling unit here. And now Kenneth Waiswa, after bowling a fine over for 5 runs in the power play, he's the first one to bowl after the power play. Avengers need another 102 from 14 overs.
You know, it's many times not many people have the grace to actually appreciate contributions made by those around them. So for me, sitting in the comments box alongside yourself, when I wind back the years, not very few years, I remember us literally coming down to Lugogo to train a bit. I remember you had that very famous Sunny Gold bat, and we used to take a lot of throwdowns, of course, as young kids. We take a lot of throwdowns at that area around. Right now, if you look at the field, what would look like fine leg. And it was such a handy contribution because it's that one bat of yours that we had to wait for all day so that we actually able to take a couple of hits. So for us, having had that opportunity to train around you, you being older than us, you being a spinner, then you playing for SEC, I think it just simply allowed us to benefit and learn as much as possible from all the experience and knowledge that you clearly had. So for me, I'll take the opportunity to thank you while you're still alive and not take that contribution for granted.
You can say that again, Davis. Finally, the man says something positive about Innocent Daula. Finally. This is hit very nice. A clean hit. You can jump, but you won't catch up Pius Oloka. Easily the best fielder in this tournament, Pius Oloka, with the catches you've taken. But that was in the zone for the left-hander. And once we got his bat behind the shot, it was going to be 6 all the way. Davis, I'll tell you a secret. That bat was given to me by a man who loves sunny goals. Even today when he comes out to play, of course he's 60 years plus. When he comes out to play, he still has sunny goals in his house. That famous family of the Chibuka Msokes. So that bat was given to me by William Chibuka Msoke, who I never played for, but gave me equipment. And although he managed to go after me whenever I picked wickets and did underperform, he used to go after me saying, Oli Sat.
Yeah, I think that's again testament to the contributions that generally the ecosystem at Lugogo then had. You were always bound to get a couple of either not just equipment but support in different measures and different variances from a lot of the people that played around. Times have clearly changed, but again we continue to thank all those that contributed to every single cricketer's input and output.
Edged. That races down the boundary because the keeper faked everyone that as if he was going to make the dive for the catch. He never went for that dive, and it's 4 runs to the total. Kenneth Wise were bowling a tidy line. The left-hander beaten. All hands up. After 2 boundaries in the over, Kenneth Wise will wrap up his over with a single. His 2 overs now gone for 17. The first one was very tight, just the 5 runs. 80 comes up in quick time for the Choga Avengers, who now need 89 from 13 overs at 6.85 per over.
Walk off cricket. Yes. She sits. She does valuations. Sits at the main
A little misfield on the boundary ropes. Perry Wazombe is rubbing his lower chin, not because he has an itchy beard, but because he's wondering what type of fielding that is from the boundary, from his mate. And there's the best field on their team, and that's his captain, who he won't be giving any lip service, all choice words. Lutaya's blade sounds nice, but just a single. Superb and a better effort from Mr. Jonathan Kiza.
She does first evaluations for assessments. What exactly? She has a private company also. Valuation, yeah. But evaluation.
That's a massive hit down the ground. He just rushed onto it as soon as he saw the flight of the ball. His good eyes and hands doing the rest of the job. Gerard Olipa, shot number 1. He's surely leading from the front as the skipper. That was very wide outside that fourth stump, but he got a thin edge onto it.
Well, let's pull a bit quicker from Perry Wazombe. Innocent again. I feel I could be wrong. I feel like the bowling in the tournament maybe has not been at par. Half chance there created, but that's it straight down to the fielder waiting at long on, and Pius Oloka this time round manages to complete the catch, getting rid of Ronald Lutaya, who wasn't being able to make as much with bat in hand. Perry Wazombe again bowled that one a bit quicker. You can see he has learnt his lesson very quickly not to flight the deliveries. And with that dismissal, in walks Robert O'Willy, another young up-and-coming wicketkeeper batter. Walks in at a time that you feel that his team is in really cruise control here. It's their game to lose if they want to. He'll be batting alongside his captain, Gerard Olipa, who is in fine touch. Just needs to simply play a good supporting hand alongside his captain to ensure that their team get home and dry without much trouble.
This time round, does he get the boundary? Oh yes. Once it bounces, looks like there's more speed. And Perry Wazombe, after picking up a wicket, Obele says, "Give me my good morning." I'd like to remind you that the Victoria Strikers had 92 runs in 10 overs. But that tail of the tape is totally different, because after 8 overs, the Choga Avengers have 92 for 3. A wicket more, but the runs have been surely flowing.
It's now beyond
Take him to the basement.
What a sight.
Singles now. Matthew Musinguzi, first over went for 10. He's back to do business. The sun comes out blazing now. It's been real hot. That's in the air. Is there anyone to catch? Does it go all the way? And yes, he deposits this one in tennis courts. And that dugout will clap because the 100 does come up in quick time. Robert Owili Obele is not wasting any time here. He is in a hurry. The Baby Cricket Cranes International. And I've seen two shades of him this year. During that cup, the Rwanda invitation, when Rwanda came to town, the High Performance Cup, he got 60 off 130 balls and another 70 off 150 in some of the two innings he played there. And in this tournament, the Elite League, he's shown that he loves to hit a long ball. So those are two shades of a man who realizes the types of cricket you are playing. He is playing, and that is an awareness box for me that is ticked.
I think that's an important thing, especially for one to understand that the times when he needs to switch up gears. So it's what you want to see the youngsters especially look to learn very quickly. As I was speaking about something earlier, Innocent, I feel like the quality of the bowling has not matched the quality of the batting. You feel that the batting trajectory has improved at such tremendous pace.
Chance for a catch.
We did speak about awareness, Innocent. Please follow up your comment with that kind of awareness or lack of it thereof from Robert Owili.
He looks around. I can tell you it's a moment that is hard to describe in just words. Someone needs to push him off and tell you in cricket when you're out, you're out.
I just like the confidence with which he didn't seem bothered at all, like he had hit the ball on the ground down the sweeper, but he skied that one, of course, went for a big slog sweep. Did speak about awareness after having gotten a maximum in the over. Maybe it would have been smart of him to just knock the ball around and allow his captain to take a lot more strike, but instead goes for a big heave. Only Woody can get to that. Allowed Wazombe Perry to take a good running catch, but in walks Calvin Watua. Another one also very shy of some runs. He would like to get going. But with that dot ball brings an end to Matthew Musinguzi's second. Scores 103 for 4.
A chance for a man who is looking for runs in this tournament and can't find any. Calvin Watua comes in when the game is very well set for the Choke Avengers, who know they will be uncatchable if they win here. He starts off nicely, but it's not him on strike, it's Aolipa. Calvin Watua, I tell you what, 6 innings is batted and he has just 11 runs. Tale of different worlds there for him. Gerard Olip on the other end is playing his 7th inning and he's got 165 runs, a high score of 54 and a strike rate of 248. That is business-like. So Calvin, you can learn anything or two from the youngsters. After all, when you play sport, it's a learning day every day. Chance to run. He runs very quickly there. Olipa and Calvin Watua. Watua is off the mark. And he gets a round of applause from his dugout. The leading run scorers in the tournament Riyazat Alisha and Charles Musemeza with 275 and 314 respectively. Cyrus Kakuru with 242. Simon Sesazi, who's playing in this match, who is on number 4 with 233. And Robinson Obuya Robo on 196 for Bunyonyi Warriors. And he's followed by his teammate Anas Beg on 189. Whites is the call. A very hot and humid day. And the commentators' box feels like a sauna of sorts. Here's Kenneth Waiswa. Better ball, better delivery from him. Into his third over quickly today. And better figures. Yes, he doesn't have a wicket to his name, but these are better figures. He could take them. He's bowled 15.2 overs in this tournament. Kenneth Waiswa has gone for 127 runs. And he has 5 wickets. His economy has been 8.28. And today for him to be going at about 6 per over, that is very good. End of the over. At the halfway stage, the Choga Avengers are on 107 for 4. Look at where Ochaya balls that one off the strip. Big wides. That's a better delivery. The first Ligo delivery is bowled today. $109 now with the singles that have come through. Punch to the sweeper. Another one run. Chance to run one very quickly. Another one run off the bowling of Ochaya. And it is the end of the over. 112 for 4 for the Choke Avengers after 11 overs. Chance for a catch. And the catch is taken. That's the end of the road for that man. Olipa Gerard. He holds out to Kenneth Waiswa. And now the Choke Avengers are in some sorts of trouble. In trouble to get to the finish line. There's Olipa trying to use his long levers. Can only hit it as far as Kenneth Waiswa's throat. Who swallows it? Wicket time. 2 wickets now for 17 runs for Matthew Musingus with the scores 113 for 5. Kale. Zigwadi zigwadi. Zigwadi. Yakasete. Set. Wazimala. Singa wazimala. Ngatu wanenga tu. Suti zokoma nenga tu. Okuwenga tu. Tugenda kubera shabe nga twambadde suti. Tugenda kubera shabe nga twambadde nga tuzakenga tulina twambadde suti za. Okay. Empale ngazi wakozesa ina misipi sikyo? Zenungi mwana batutawanya emisipi okuzisumasumula. Okay. Netai.
Mata tukole. Leg stamp. Edo. Amati amukole muna Eric mukola nyao.
Tight stuff from Matthew Musinguzi. He cleans up. Young Ishmael Munir was bamboozled. He hardly knew what happened with that particular delivery. And see the lines that Matthew is bowling. No one they picked up fiver yesterday but one on his first day to play in the tournament after staying 5 days away from the tournament because he had examinations to write. No. In just 3 matches, Matthew Musinguzi is among the top 10 leading bowlers of the tournament. With 8 scalps now. His figures today, 3 for 18 in 3. And it's a double wicket over for him here. Almost a double wicket maiden. But there's a single squad of the final ball by Dan Keith Amani. 114 for 6 in 12 overs. Hopefully the question doesn't even become tougher. There is the scoreboard telling you the full story. Right below the scoreboard is the national team captain. Captain also of the Mburo Blasters in Riyazat Ali Shah. Next to him is Jackson Ogwang. And right next to him is Roger Mukasagali Wango, the captain of Uganda A. Scoreboard telling you that and confirming that the score is 114. Jaffocha starts with wise, that will become 115. The required rate still gettable. 6.75 needed every over going on from here. Impeccable lines there being bowled by Ochaya now. Standing in one place like a robot. Hit over Simon Sesazi. He won't chase. That is besides the production house here. A boundary. Davis, we're the type of player, whenever you never played, you made the most noise in the dugout. Or were you such a calmer and a face of a real tactical news?
I think generally speaking and honestly speaking, I don't know if I'm the right person to say this, but I always felt that the role, especially of the 12th, 13th, 14th man, was extremely important because whereas you're not playing and you'll not lose a lot of energy on the field of play itself, you can have such a massive contribution and an impact on the rest of the team in terms of how you support them, how you quickly run the drinks if you're the one running the drinks on the day. So I was always that kind of player that looked to try and make whatever contribution at the time, and I'll tell you that a lot of the time I played for the team, I was managed by Justin Jalinja, and Justin Jalinja was a massive disciplinarian And he always ensured that he taught us the virtue of ensuring that regardless of whatever position or role that you were tasked with, you needed to do it to the very best of your ability so that the team felt your contributions. So for me, I think I'm one of those that would have been very easily the loudest person as well in the dugout trying to support, especially the two batters out there fighting against against 11. And there it is, Keith Amani gets a maximum, much needed maximum. The equation is getting a bit tight, but plays a magnificent shot. 6 over extra cover. I'm a bit shocked, innocent, tell the truth, that Ruchai has bowled ahead of Eric Mukisa. A massive surprise. I thought Eric Mukisa has a lot more control and has a good understanding of what he's doing.
He goes swinging for the heavens. Dan Kithamani is clean bowled. No longer very close. It is in a dicey position now for the Chog Avengers. They're running out of resources. They have a very healthy run rate. They need just 5.86 per over. But guess what? This is how Dan Kithamani decided to bite his teeth and close his eyes and go for the skies. He misses everything. All he has got to do is walk back to the hut because his job for the day is done.
Innocent, in all he said, he just simply missed out the fact that he might need to set up a quick dental appointment, considering he crunched his teeth and wasn't able to grind on anything, but instead has left his team in a lot more trouble, requiring 41 of 7 overs, which is 42. So nearly ran a ball, but unfortunately for them is that it's that wickets column that they are down to number 9. Kwalinga, who hasn't had much to do in the tournament, it's his first game of the tournament. So I guess we're in for yet another classic game that is going down to the wire.
A stamping chance is missed. Matthew Musinguzi is praying to the heavens, maybe for a better opportunity next time, because that is gone. Look at his figures. 3 for 18, 3.2, 2 dot balls. That puts the outside edge of the bat. The two made the debut for Uganda at the same time during the Pearl of Africa series last year, Matthew and Calvin, and now they are trading punches. But Calvin Watua, innings of struggle, 4 for 9 from 9. And Matthew Musinguzi is just managing to beat his outside edge. They had 112 in 10 overs, but they haven't scored many. And they've lost many wickets. 4 now, because they were for 3. 112 for 3 in 10. The Chog Avengers, who had this game for the taking, but they are conniving to lose it. Calvin, touch and go. It's the end of a beautiful spell from Matthew Musinguzi. 3 for 19 in 4. And the score is 1-9 for 7 after 14.
Well, the game has come down to the final 36 deliveries of the match. Calvin Otua is the man that will have all responsibility of getting his team over the line. Goes for a big booming square cut. Unfortunately for him, it finds the gap. 4 runs to the total. Much needed. Great start to the over. Again, width and offer really. And Calvin is able to find that gap. Let's look at the dugout there of the Choga Avengers. A lot of players clutching onto whatever they can. Feel like there's a sense of discomfort there. Short delivery. Does it find the gap? Work to do for Kidega, who does not cleanly get onto it. Back-to-back boundaries, and much needed for the Choga Avengers.
Calvin Watua finding some real momentum now. He got some words of inspiration from the dugout from his captain, Juma Miyagi, telling him, he said, no fear, the fear of failure could be detrimental to you as an athlete. Tells him, yes, you've struggled, but don't fear. We all know your ability to find the boundary whenever you want. And now, Calvin Watua scoring 11 runs in the first innings. And here in his 7th, he has 14 runs. Chance for 2, chance for a run out. Yes, creating some pressure now, Calvin. 2 boundaries and a couple of runs. 10 runs off the bowling of Jaffo Chaya. How does Calvin go about business now that even Matthew Masinguzi, who was beating his outside edge consistently, is done with his quarter? This one is a hit to the sweeper. And the fielding is good from the boundary. Matthew Musinguzi with the clean-up job after a fine spell from the slow left-arm orthodox. He goes cutting hard. That beats the fielder. The chase is on. How many do they get? A chance for 2 years. That throw was never going to be pinpoint accurate.
Turning out to be a great over here for the Choga Avengers. 13 run over, much needed for allowing them to get the impetus as we move towards the final 30 deliveries. 27 runs required of 30 deliveries. And with the completion of Matthew Musinguzi's quarter, Parasoloka has no option but to bring himself back into the attack. He senses that now is a very important moment. If they can see the back of Calvin Watua, they will know that they have their noses back in front. The longer Calvin Watua stays out there, the Choga Avengers will believe that their hopes lie very heavily on his shoulders. It's coming down to the wire. Parasoloka, the man tasked to do the job for his side. Loud appeal, not even loud enough. Calvin Watua walks immediately, acknowledging that he nicked that. Just the wicket against the run of play that the victorious strikers were looking for. Pin drop silence in the Choga Avengers dressing room. But very well bowled. Good response by the captain of the victorious strikers. Getting that big prize wicket of Calvin Watua. Took a little shimmy down the wicket but could only get a very faint feather to the waiting Arjuna Robert. In your frame there, the sights of Ivan Baidu. Doesn't have a massive reputation with bat in hand, but he has a big job to do right now. If he's to get his team over the line, you get a feeling the Victoria strikers are sensing blood, and you can see Kenneth Waiswa looking to marshal his team, put in a couple of field changes. Short fine leg is sent down to the boundary, and a mid-long off comes into the ring to try and very easily avoid any easy singles. But they're also very cognizant of the fact that Ivan Baidu might easily get an inside edge that could run down to the vacant fine leg region, so they send the fine leg fielder down. But smart batting there from Baidu. Drop and run. And gets a single at first time of asking, to the delight of the dugout. 26 runs required of 28 deliveries.
I feel that the bowling unit are the team now in charge. Advantage to the Victoria strikers, because now they only know 2 good balls will get them out of this baking sun. Okalinga must be the brighter one as he faces Payasoloka. Chance for a run. Almost got himself in trouble there. Baidu, where are you going, mate?
It is all happening here at Lugogo Cricket over the home of Uganda cricket. Home ground of the Victoria Pearls and the Cricket Cranes. But this time round it is the Great Lakes T20 tournament on March day number 8. A franchise tournament that started out with the women's format has come down to the penultimate day, with the Victoria strikers sensing blood as they could be in with an opportunity to pick up a victory against the second placed Choga Avengers.
Oloka now to Baidu. Baidu would make a very good basketballer if he was to opt for a different career. And I hear his friends throw around the name LeBron when they are referring to him.
Very easily for him in the next life. I think it's a bit too late for him to try and transition into basketball, if it is professional basketball sorts.
Looks like he played some basketball. Ginger says over there, the famous home of the Sky Jammers back in the day, who won 2 rings back to back then with the likes of Norman Bleak, Godwin Kisa, all in their fray. 6 runs needed here. It's a runner ball affair. .25 from 25 needed. They'll be wishing they didn't throw away wickets early on. The Choga Avengers, people like Olipa, the captain, the bowling was at their mercy when they threw away their wickets. Bumper ball, no bat on it. Olijuna, a fine superb take, and it's the end of the over. 144 for 8 after 16. Here's Kenneth. No bat on that one from shot number 4. Collins Okwalinga. He looks like he's a bit rusty, Collins.
Well, that's a good first delivery, especially to the tail end. And Collins Okwalinga, I like the fact that it was a good bump and well directed. It's more often than not that will generally send a signal to the batter to tell him not to come too early on the front foot. A lot of tail enders like to hit full deliveries. So that gives you a bit of a check and creates just enough doubt for the batter to be slightly late, just in case he's double bluffed and the bowler balls full. It's a good product, but it needs a lot of seriousness. This product, these little things, they need seriousness. You can't get these recordings from the These tournaments are very good products. We need proper intention. Can't pick his recordings from the bar, just come on. To be managed better, but then there are lessons to learn and move on. Didn't bowl anything meaningful. Buttons, used in any returns. Well, Jonathan Sebanja having a quiet word with Jonathan Chiza. A tale of the two Jonathans. Very easily you see him there with his notebook. Would have liked to be the fly on perhaps one of those pairs of sheds to listen to what the conversation is about. But they'll know that they sense that they are in a position whereby they can look to consolidate and pick up a very famous victory for themselves. Not a very good side there. Colin Okwalinga is clearly struggling and is signaling to the next batter. Fortunately for him and Choga Avengers, he will move out. He will be helped off the field, unfortunately, with Choga Avenger hopes. As he gets retired out, he'll walk straight, not to the dugout, but to the physio's table. He will need some work. Not the way he would have liked to end his debut match in franchise cricket. We'll leave him with more questions than answers. If this is actually a level he feels he can actually look to try and look to participate in, actually compete, not just participate.
Here is a man who was fielded as a bowler today. He never got to bowl. And now he comes in with a lot of work to be done with the bat. Divya Valani. Okwalinga walks off to the lamentations of many. They feel that he has played for the opposition. He has not shown any fighting spirit. And he trudges off as one that is defeated, not as a warrior who stood tall in the arena. Collins Okwalinga. I was telling you earlier on, he looked rusty. And surely the man was playing out of his depth. Last man in now, Davis Karashani. Isn't it all over?
Just get a feeling that the Choga Avengers' hopes really have gone out with the limping Collins Okwalinga. And we might be asking for a tad a bit too much for Ivan Baidu to take charge there and find a way of getting the 24 runs. But we do know that sport has continued to channel out a lot of magical shows, pulling miracles out of nothing. But you get a feeling the dugout of the Choga Avengers will wonder what just happened How did they find themselves in this kind of position? From a position of dominance, they are literally about to get bowled out. Full toss and Ivan Baidu can only drive that down to long on. Giving strike to the youngster. Divya will get his first opportunity. But good belief really on display here from the players from the Victoria Strikers. They did believe even when the chips were down. As Olipa was taking full charge, they did not lose hope and they managed to claw themselves back into the game. And a very important single to the delight of the dugout of his teammates at the Choga Avengers. The asking rate is not impossible. It's a tad right under 7. One boundary and you feel that the game will evenly get very close. There's a sense of laxity out here by the Victoria Strikers. That's what you want to see, if they can find a way of turning those ones into twos. But a very important single for Choga Avengers, as that single allows Ivan Baidu to be on strike for the 18th over. 17th, 18th over it is. After 17, the score is 148 for it.
You call, man, you call. Where you call? You call, talk, eh? You talk loud. Don't keep quiet, don't just run. Talk, man, talk.
Well, cometh the hour, cometh the man, captain of the Victoria Strikers. Opting to bowl a very important over with the hope that if he can pick up one wicket, that will bring an end to the match and give his team a very important victory. But more important for him right now is the being 2 back-to-back dot balls, as the required rate continues to move in that direction, only getting higher. Well, it is a dot ball barricade happening here. Not too often does this happen, especially in the 18th over of a T20 inning. The Choga Avengers find themselves in a massive spot of bother. And with every dot ball, that required rate will continue to skyrocket. It was 7.8 before that dot ball. It has quickly jumped to 8.4. The next ball is a dot ball. It will quickly get to 9. There it is, 4 dot balls in a row. Choga Avengers' net run rate or run rate has literally run into a blockade. And as I did mention, now it is 9. Required rate is 9. Another dot ball with no guessing where it will go.
And there is the dot ball you were talking about. I tell you what, Davis. from 5 required every over. And these guys have batted in the same manner like the Victoria Strikers batted. Victoria Strikers getting 76 for 6 in the last 10 overs. It is worse for these ones. Leg by 2B. How many more can they get? He's coming back for the second. Is this the end of the show? No, they sneak in 2. After having been 112 for 3 in 10 overs, the score now is 150 for 8 in 18. It tells you a very sad tale of how things have spanned out in the last innings of this match. 38 runs is what the Choga Avengers have managed. 38 for 5 in 8 overs.
It's extremely disappointing again. Innocent, it just shows the reflection of how both innings have been innings of two extremes. Both teams were very quickly out of the blocks, and it appeared like both teams had been very top-heavy, reliant on their top orders to get the jobs done. But the second their top orders were blown away, that is when the actual troubles did start. And both innings of both teams simply took nosedives in their second halves. But as Innocent has rightly stated, the nosedive from the Choga Avengers has been a lot steeper than the one from the Victoria Strikers, and unfortunately for them, it's the most important part in determining the result of this particular clash.
Yeah, for the Victoria Strikers, they were 92 for 2 in 10 in the first innings, and then they managed 76 for 6 in the last 10 for them to get to 168. The tail of the tape showing that the sides are top heavy and able to find the boundary during the power play. But after that, the spinners have strangled, stifled and suffocated the runs flow.
Well, Jaffa Ochaya to bowl easily the most important over in T20 cricket.
Come on, you can make it. Come on. Come on, tap the ball, tap the ball.
Clearly not this particular match, but importantly for Ochaya and Victoria Strikers, it's 2 dot balls in a row, and we did mention keep your eye on that required run rate. Every dot ball, it will keep going. It is now in double figures, 11.4 to be exact. For a loud slog, unsuccessful slog, but yet again they will not mind that, the Victoria Strikers, as it is a dot ball. Required rate is at 12.7.
Lights out for me, Davis. This game now, it's just final fanfare. It's over as a contest. We know who the victors will be.
You know those particular movies, especially the Marvel movies, whereby the cast comes down quickly, and if you quickly move out of the cinema, there's always that extra bit of, can I call it a sneak peek into what the next movie will be about. So maybe there's a chance for the Choga Avengers, whereas the cast is coming down as the movie does, there might be some late kind of show from them. But I guess maybe I might simply just be hoping for what appears to be a hopeless lack of utmost knowledge of what the reality is.
Up and over. 1 run. Davis Karashani here in the comms box, hoping beyond hope. And I tell you what, Davis, it is the hope that will eventually kill you.
Hope is never a strategy, as they say. But after 19, the Choga Avengers find themselves in a massive spot of birth at 152 for 8, requiring a mammoth 17 runs off the final 6 deliveries. Great comeback here from the Victoria Strikers to pull off a win of not just marginal proportions, but of significant and massive proportions.
Taking middle.
Jonathan Kiza to close shop on the Choga Avengers. Of course, this victory will take the Victoria Strikers to 8 points, same as the Mburo Blasters. There is a big hit. And 6 runs. Ivan Baidu with the 6 everyone was calling for. And the shop is not yet closed. Eleven more runs required for Ivan Baidu and his Choga Avengers. A 6 up front here. Ivan Baidu giving everyone in the dugout something to cheer about. Even the neutrals are clapping. The shop is not entirely closed. The onus is on Jonathan Kiza now. A lot of advice. Everyone telling just stay calm. You know what to do. Just keep it down and low. Keep it nice and easy. No need to rush. Changes in the field settings. Baidu getting all the support from the dugout, and they're waxing lyrical about his fate. Getting a 6 on the first ball. Now 11 needed from 5. Baidu swings, beats the keeper. Chance for 2. Ten runs needed over 4 balls. They are hoping that Baidu and Divya Valani can pull off this haste. Here's Valani. Put down by Eric Mukisa. Look like Eric was dozing away, woken up at 2:30 a.m. I tell you what, it's 1:26 p.m. So it's no time to sleep. Even those who had a late night out must be awake. Shimmy down the wicket. We must trust the process Baidu of how he got the previous 6. He stayed back in the crease and got a stable base, and his long levers did the rest of the job.
Innocent, I feel like Baidu will feel hard done, especially if they lose by a couple of runs. I feel the way he batted the last 2-3 overs, he could have done a bit better. I thought they picked up too many dot balls, but if they had the ability to knock it around, get 5 or 6 and over, they would not have needed to find looking for 17 in the last over.
160 up, 7 runs for a stalemate here. That was clearly a boundary ball. if a batter like Olipa Kakuru was out there in the middle, very lucky here, Jonathan Kiza. And they say the tailenders and the bowlers always take you close. They'll never win you any matches.
Famous line by Martin Suji.
Please. And there's Baidu. He will get 4. But that will be a 40th boundary to wrap up things here. End of the innings. Jonathan Kiza not happy with his bowling in the final over against the tailenders. But the job is done. 164 is where it all ends up. 164 for 8 in the chase of 168.
Well, that was it for the morning clash between Choga Avengers up against the Victoria Strikers, and this time round the latter managing to pull off a famous victory as they managed to literally crawl themselves back into the game, and not just crawl themselves into the game, but the match summary was that Choga Avengers won the toss and put a Victoria Strikers into bat first, who could only manage to get 168 at the time of the bat of Simon Sessas. They got 70 of 47. Ochaya got a late fire blitz of 34 of 18 and Kidega 11 of 23. But the pick of the bowling then was Amani Keith, who got 4 for 21. Lutaya 2 for 27, and Nukwalian got 1, conceding 29 in his 2. But in stark reply, Choga Avengers fell short by 5 runs after Kakuru Cyrus got 39 of 14, Gerard Dolipa 34 of 27, Lutaya 20 of 12. But the pick of the bowlers, and very easily the man of match runaway Matthew Musinguzi, came in and picked up 3 for 19. Changed the entire equation of the game. Was backed up by Jonathan Chiza, who picked up 2 for 36, and Wazombe picked up 1 wicket for 16 runs, allowing the Victoria Strikers to pick up a famous victory by 4 runs, bringing an end to this particular clash. But do stay with us, as my mate Innocent Ndaula will be bringing to you the post-match presentation.
Mic check. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the post-match presentation on match number 8, game number 15 of the Great Lakes Men's T20 tournament. A beautiful game of cricket here played between the two sides. And I tell you what, it was exciting. The Victoria Strikers winning the toss and saying they will have a bat first. They got 168 for 8. And in the chase, the Chog Avengers were guilty for not getting across the finish line because they fought for 164 for 8. And guess what? It is the Victoria Strikers that win by 4 runs and get to the same number of points with the team they played against. I beg your pardon, they get to the same number of points with Mburo Blasters on 8 points. The Choga Avengers remain on 10. Let me have a chat with the Choga Avengers captain. You're still on top of the table, but today you guys never looked like you wanted to win right from the start. What went wrong?
Yeah, I think that our momentum was broken down from yesterday, but I think we started off very well today. Though we dropped a few chances and we leaked like more runs in the back end of the period that gave them quite a good score to defend. But again, we started off the batting on a high. In the power play, we got over 60 runs in the 6 overs. But again, it's more of taking responsibility in the middle overs, and the batters have to think twice when they're batting and take the team through the line.
When you were batting today, when you were playing, did you know that a victory today would have given you the title? And what did you want to do today?
Yeah, of course, we came in, we had the positive mindset of winning the game. We knew if we win this one, the trophy is ours. But then we came up short, but we'll come back strong tomorrow and we'll see how it goes.
Good luck to you tomorrow.
Thank you.
You heard it from Gerard Olipa. They knew that a victory would take them across the line and they would be the title holders for the inaugural edition for the Great Lakes. But listen to the captain, Oloka Pius. You have been winning since you became captain. What is the magic?
Just keep things simple and we do the right things.
And today's game, just take me through today's game where you felt that you won the sessions in this game.
At first, with the first innings, our opening batsmen did very well, but the middle didn't do the work. That's why we fell short because we wanted 200 and above and managed to set 160. Yeah.
And then now, at the very end, the victory means you're now on 8 points, same points with the Mburo Blasters. And tomorrow, anything can happen.
Yeah, we really want to win tomorrow's game and wait for what God will decide.
Thank you very much. Enjoy your winning captaincy spell and enjoy the rest of the Friday.
Thank you.
You heard it from Pius Oloka saying they want to win tomorrow's game and leave everything to God to decide who are the title winners. But a couple of players that stood out in this game today with their big performances from Matthew Musinguzi, the way he bowled 3 for 19 in his 4 overs. And then also there was a good show from that man, Ronald Lutaya, with his 2 wickets in 27 overs. But the player of the match, 70 runs from 40-odd deliveries. To give out this award is the former captain for the Cricket Cranes and the commentator in this tournament, Davis Karashan. Please step forward. Of course, the player of the match, the left-hander, Simon Sesazi. He started the tournament very slowly, but he's been engaging the gears and making sure he scores runs as they come by and as the matches go by. Thank you very much, Davis. Simon, take us through your knock. You look like you are getting a lot of boundary balls and you really tucked them away to the boundary as they came.
Yeah, the plan was to make sure we capitalize the first 6 overs and make sure I capitalize every bad ball I get. The wicket was very flat, so it was an opportunity for me to really fire quick to make sure that I disorganize the bowling attack so that we have a get go.
At the very end, were you disappointed as you looked on and fielded and your bowlers almost threw it away?
Yeah, I was actually disappointed because the bowlers were giving them free runs and the couple of chances here and there, and I felt maybe we were going to lose, but I'm happy we actually bounced back and we got it up.
How do you plan to spend your man of match award?
This one, Friday yeah. Basically, I'm so happy, and yeah, I'll take a bite. I have to eat some chicken today.
Thank you very much, Simon.
You're
Enjoy.
welcome.
You heard it from Simon says he plans to eat some chicken when he goes away from that dressing room. But I tell you what, this is the end of the presentation. But coming up in the afternoon is a game where two teams have a score to settle. It will be the Mburo Blasters up against the Bunyonyi Warriors. Stay tuned. Innocent Daula is my name. no 11. This is the all games.
What time was starting? So I start now. Welcome to the afternoon clash, a clash between the Mburo Blasters up against the Bunyonyi Warriors. But first things first, I'll just quick look there and that beauty shot of Kampala city center. Kampala, obviously the capital city of the Pearl of Africa, Uganda. Not too many skyscrapers, but one of the biggest jewels of Uganda is the people, the culture, and the tight-knitness of the communities. But do stay with us as my mate Innocent and Daula was with the two captains out there that was. Let's see what transpired.
Welcome to match number 8, and this is match number 8.
Well, you've heard it there. What exactly happened between the two set of stumps in the 22 yards? The Bunyonyi Warriors winning the toss and electing to bat first. Both teams, both captains in particular, declaring their intentions of having desire to bat faster. But on this particular afternoon, it will be the Bunyonyi Warriors that will have first attempt on the wicket itself. No surprises in the opening combo for them. Robinson Obuya will be alongside Anas Beg, a pair that has been very destructive in the power plays. They like to get quickly out of the blocks. We'll be expecting nothing less of that. Opening the bowling for the Mboro Blasters, Bilal Hassan. He is going to be operating from that Ginger Road end. But I'm not alone in the comments box. I'm together with my colleague Innocent Ndala, who was with the two captains of the toss. Innocent, good afternoon, and what did you make of the wicket?
Wicket has been flat in the morning, Davis. I don't expect it to change much. This is not Entebbe where the wicket tends to favor the slow bowlers. This wicket is all about runs. And the team that bats with more conviction seems to carry the day. And here are two teams that have been scoring runs for fun. The guilty one of them has been Bunyonyi Warriors. Fred Achelam's men have gotten runs 178, 220, and they've been chased down. Hence why they've only won 2 games. Yet they are playing their 7th game now. They will be hoping that third time lucky, because they also have a certain record where they were able to defend 137. The only team to defend a low score on this ground in this tournament, named after the Great Lakes in Uganda. Bilal Hassan rested yesterday and is here with a new ball. Right there in your frame, captain of the Avengers, one of the exciting teams in the National League, Joshi Yashavji. The sun has been unforgiving. And if you feel half-hearted, Davis, you find yourself, you are not just feeling for 20 overs. It's as if you're feeling for 35 to 45 overs. Umpire standing out there in the middle, Simon Chinto and Nobarabi. Touch and go, yes, off the mark. And it's in the gap. The chase is on. Does this have the legs to run to the boundary? And chance for the third run, which they get. Davis, what do you make of that shot? And what does it tell you about the outfield we have here in Lugogo?
I like for me the full use of those arms from Robinson Obuya. Just simply needed to lean into it and offer the full face of the bat, which is exactly what he did. I was a bit surprised that did not run away into the boundary, but gives you a bit of an idea about what this outfield has been like throughout the over 200 sixes so far in the tournament. So it's been a high-scoring event. And you could see there in your frame, Anas Beg attempted to go for yet another biggie. So it's been one of those events that the runs have flowed, the fans have enjoyed themselves. It's nothing that the fans enjoy a lot more than runs. Well, the two fielders patrolling the boundary, a deep square leg and a deepish point. Gives you a bit of an idea about the length that Bilal Hassan will be hitting to bowl. Nothing full. Probably ball into the wicket and that 3/4 length.
Throwing his bat at it and not connecting. Anas Beg has been going one-way traffic throughout the series. And he's gotten the bulk of his runs with the same style of batting, where he removes the price tag from his wicket and he goes Gangu style. Anas Beg, number 6 on the top leading run scorers in this tournament with 189 runs. And he will get some more runs now. Anas Beg, he breaks his shackles here in the first over bowled by Bilal Hassan. That allowed him to use his extended arms. And that's how he just threw the kitchen and everything in the kitchen at that partial delivery to get the boundary.
Yeah, for a batter to pull you in front of the square, but not just in front of the square, but pull you on the offside. More often than not, is an indication about how quickly he's able to pick up line and length. So that's the kind of form that Anasbeg has been in, not just in Bunyonyi Warrior colours, but even in that Ugandan yellow and red. He's had a very good start to his international career, you'd say.
21 boundaries for Anasbeg and 12 maximums and 2 half centuries. He's got a high score of 62. Anasbeg is averaging 31 and he has a good strike rate of 185. Fine player, leading run scorer for the Ugandan domestic leagues for the last 2 seasons. The son of a former captain of Uganda, Akbar Beg, is earning his stripes by the day. End of the first over, and the Bunyonyi Warriors have 7 without loss.
Things you can do in 45 minutes, those extra 45 minutes. The things you can do in those extra 45 minutes. Western Uganda. Mountain of the Moons. There's a lot of talent that side. So Oba Yunis will be operating from that shell end. It's not a decent tournament, especially in a tournament where bowlers have found it very difficult to earn their stripe. But he's one of those that has found some patches out of the wicket. He's shown a couple of variations in his bowling. Each time has been asked to come and bowl, especially in the power play and the back end of the inning. So it's one of those very young finds, and a lot of hope will be put in how quickly he can develop and eventually wear the Ugandan yellow and red.
Yunus Obi getting the flowers from Davis Karashani, but there won't be any flowers from that man who plays and holds the pose for our tournament photographer. Takes some beautiful snapshots. Anasbeg welcomes him into the bowling attack with a boundary.
Well, Anasbeg's intentions are very clear. Doesn't appear like he has any intentions of simply hanging around. He's going to try and go big and make full use of this power play, but you can see Riaz Atalish already ringing in the changes in the field and opts to bring the deep square leg into the field and sends extra cover down. Well, that simply means that Sawobi cannot afford to bowl too straight because he has almost no one on the onside at the boundary.
It does exactly the opposite, and this is a 6. As that Alisha is wondering what's up with the youngster. Yunus will be falling into the trap of Anasbeg, who just now plays no premeditated shot. He leans back and waits for the ball to arrive. And he slaps it to mid-wicket.
Friday.
Over the top. There will be more runs on the show here. And they belong to that man, and Asbeg is getting them all around the wicket. And that's the last one.
Went for another big booming drive. But because of the pace, of course, from Eunice Sowobi, it allowed an Asbeg to clear that field at short third man. I would like to see his wagon wheel scoring all over the ground. He has picked up a boundary early on and extra cover, long, actually more mid wicket, and now third man. If you are a betting man, it's probably going to go over mid off.
He cuts very hard. Davis would have made a very good doomsday preacher. But a nice bait refuses to fall bait to his words. It's a very good over. At the end of the day, Yunus Sowobi is tonked for 19 runs in his first over. And the score now is 26 for no loss for the Bunyonyi Warriors.
Well, Bilal Hassan went for just 7 in his first, but unfortunately for him, his partner on the other end went for 19. So it simply meant that the run rate at this particular stage obviously they'll feel like Bunyonyi Warriors are in control of this one. Can testament, Innocent, to the fact that bowlers need to operate in tandem and look to support each other. There's no point in one person actually putting pressure and then the other one releases it. It makes the job a lot harder.
Straight and full to a man nicknamed Baby Papa after Roger Mukasa. He made his mark and debut for Uganda on that tour to India. And he got 31 on debut against a very well polished Mumbai Falcons side, Fahad Mutagana. He's also the former captain of the Baby Cricket Cranes and the Uganda emerging side. He's already risen through the ranks now in Uganda A, and he's got a sneak peek of what happens in the Cricket Cranes setup.
Innocent, speaking about Fahad Mutagana's rise and progression through the ranks, I want to put you on the spot and maybe very clear from Massive in the comms box. There was heavy bat on that before it clattered into the pads. But Innocent, what I was trying to ask is we seem to see a trend of a lot of the players heavily improve the second they come out of that under 19 rank. It appears like when they get to that 20, the age of 20, and start to get a bit more extra training from some extra coaches, high performance coaches, that is when they start to really improve. Has the thought then perhaps arisen that they need to start training these guys when they're still about maybe 16, 17, so that by the time they're playing their last qualifiers and then the 19 setting, they're actually as close as possible to the fine products that they have become now?
Davis Karashani, if you're a lecturer, you would fail miserably. You ask the questions and you answer them. I feel forever is listening. So being bright sometimes is your negative part. Very beautiful question you asked, and you answered it nicely. And that's why you see in Uganda today, Davis, there is the high performance program. They're trying to catch them as young as 15 years. So they're going down now from the senior team to the Uganda A. There is now emerging, and then under 19, under 17 has also been brought into the picture now. And hopefully, when the program becomes more vibrant with more resources in terms of the people working, maybe it will trickle down to under 15s.
Well, our fingers crossed. We'll keep our hopes high that actually those paper eventually see the light of day. But great passage of play for Bilal Hassan. He's considered just 9 runs from the 10 deliveries he's bowled so far. Beautiful slow delivery from him. You can see that there's a sense of him ensuring that one is not just intelligent but unexperienced. He clearly knows how to operate against batters that intend to go very hard at the top of the inning, and he's succeeding. Maybe some lessons to be picked up by the youngster in Yunus Obi.
Short, top shot. Is there someone to sweep? No, he's there, but he's a little too straight. And that's a boundary. A boundary for the Bunyonyi Warriors and the fielder in the picture right there, who chases and gives up. Is shot number 3, Steve Wawose. Robinson Obuya goes downtown. There is protection for him. Put in place a fielder to make sure he doesn't score freely, and that is Yunus Obi. You can see that all the fielders in the 30 yards are hugging the 30-yard line. They're not happy to come and save one. They're saying, take the ones. Good flick, good use of the hands. Brian Asawa will give up in the chase. He knows he will finish second fiddle. And there was a change in the bowling after the first over from young Yunus Obi went for 19. Suleiman Sharif is brought in to calm the chaos.
Well, good batting for me from Nasbike. He recognized where the boundary option was, especially because Suleiman adopted for a long on and long off, which would have meant he was going to bowl 2 full. Didn't execute that plan.
Big appeal for nothing. They say when you rub Davis, it hurts more.
Spoken with a ton of experience, Innocent.
And here is bowling some medium pace. This is beautiful. Beauty and the Beast from Robinson Obuya, who engages beast mode. Immediately he sees one in the zone. He just gives it the full face of the bat. And that shot is very beautiful, Davis.
Literally doesn't get more beautiful than that. Gets right under that one. But he understood that because the mid-off was in, there was a free boundary option in waiting. And that flew beautifully right over that fielder for 6.
Touch and go. Suleiman Sharif doesn't have the swing of the yesteryears he had, but he's got the brain edging beautifully, like those bottles used to love back in the day. But end of the 4th over, we'll come back to the conversation of bottles later. But for now, the Bunyonyi Warriors are on 46 without loss in 4 overs.
I'd like to speak about the fact that the Lugogo Cricket Stadium is amidst some of the other sports amenities. In your front there, you can see the lawn tennis courts. Some of them across the fence itself is a Shell fuel station and a couple of eateries in that particular area. In your foreground, you could see that beautiful Forest Mall complex. It is a shopping complex as well. So generally speaking, the fact that the cricket oval is between the tennis club, the hockey stadium, the indoor arena, they make for a perfect form of a hub of sporting activities here in the center of Kampala city.
We didn't talk about the divide, the Lugogo bypass, where many global beaters in times of sportsmen have earned their cardio exercises from, not in gyms, but on the road, with the cricketers knowing one famous route, the Beijing.
Oh yeah, there's that, and obviously across the Ginger Road itself, not another famous sports complex of sorts, the Chadondo Rugby Ground. It's been a lot of sweat and blood waters that ground there of famous rugby athletes, both in national colours and club. I was there last Saturday to watch that particular semi-final between Heathens and the Pirates. Obviously, a very emotional one.
My cameras, David, saw you. And after the game, you were engaging a lot with the journalists. You forgot your curfew time. You almost missed dinner at home.
Well, Innocent Clear has come bare knuckles, but I was speaking about the sentimental value and the emotionalness in that particular game. The 80-minute match between Pirates and Heathens, obviously, in large memory of the passing of Gongodio Sydney, who passed away in such atrocious and very, very sad circumstances. The Friday before and was laid to rest on Heroes Day. Can't think of a person more deserving of that honor.
Chance for a catch. Billy Blanks will not get there. Does it rest to the boundary? The chase is on from Billy, and yes, it's a boundary. So will be not happy. He bowled a gem of a delivery. It opened up Anas Beg Ali, and he didn't get enough meat on it. Billy Blanks on the bike. That bike is not good enough. Must be a mate, not a spiral.
Clearly isn't using one of those electric bikes. We know we're in an era whereby there's a lot of energy evolution. But Innocent, I was telling you about last Saturday and that sentimental game. I know tomorrow as well there will be the return leg that will be happening at Kings Park. I know there are a couple of arrangements that have been put together in honor of the memory of Sydney Gongodio in terms of his contribution to Pirates Rugby Club and to the Rugby Cranes.
This is better from Anas Beg. He gets running. And it's a boundary. Bilal Hassan has already put in some good sprints here. But he's finished second in every sprint. Davis Karashani, he talked about the Forest Mall and Chadondo, but I tell you, across the Forest Mall further, there is that stadium where arguably the best talents in Ugandan soccer, Philip Omondi, were raised, Jackson Mayanja, Sam Simbwa, and the likes. And further legends where Gongodio first played, I think, his real competitive rugby when turned up for Pirates, because Pirates was using the legends as their home ground. Call it Kampala Rugby Club now. Fine stop there from Suleiman Sharif. What an effort from the big boy who puts his body on the line, because if it had beaten him, he didn't have to chase thereafter.
Yeah, so Innocent, you bring out a very, very valid point. So when you look at where the cricket oval is, a kilometer in every radius of this particular place is an area where greatness has been forged. Sporting greatness has been forged. So the value of this particular area is one that comes second to none in terms of Uganda. But while we're finishing up with that dot ball from Yunus Sowobi, the Bunyanyi Warriors are cruising at 56 for no loss after 5. They will come. They're not up there.
It's normally first sit up here. Near the parking. It's my audio shooting. Kakaga.
6K.
The man who's been changing the tide and swinging the games in the favor of the Mburo Blasters, Steve Wabose, is brought to bowl the last over of the power play. A wicket keeper batter in his heyday. Wabose has been doing the magic with some darts to the batters in this tournament. And here it is.
I've always said, and perhaps at different platforms, Phil Stephen Wabose for me is one of the most underrated cricketers in Uganda. But boy, oh boy, is he effective with both, especially with bat in hand. Has a cool, calm, collected head on his shoulders, but he's also very effective with ball in hand.
With the bat, for me, is a proper finisher, and he adds some style to his batting. And being a left-hander, things come seemingly natural for him. Outside off stump. Bowling to his childhood friend here now. Go up together in ginger there. Edged. Touch and go. Steve was a starts off from where he let off yesterday. And the other day when he won the man of match. Quick bowling there from Wabose. First over goes for 1 run. And he turns off the music immediately, comes into his bowling. First over for Wabose. Just a 1 run. And it's end of the power play. 57 without loss for Roger Mukasa's Bunyonyi Warriors.
Elmo Hutchinson took the game away from us. About there. And we lost by 12. Many days I woke up hoping it was just a bad dream. Well, Yash is brought into the bowling attack. Started off with a dot ball, but this time Anas Beg leans into it and finds that gap down there at cow corner. Get a feeling that the way Anas likes to bat, he'll take on the bowling, especially the spinners. On this not very big ground, but in your frame there, the beauty shot of Kampala, the rest of some of those beautiful areas towards Kololo from Lugogo. You can see that hospital there. You'll also see areas around the Legends rugby ground that Innocent was speaking about earlier. It's a buzz of sporting activity around this particular place.
Yashavji, Joshi. Rezat Alisha going to the spinners immediately. He knows our Nasbeg and Obuya love the pace. Celebrating Ali Charles Musemeza and Joshi. Umpire Nobatabi says, come on guys, let's get going on with the business. You won't be getting freebies under my watch.
Good to see Yash getting some turn. You can see he's cramping an Asbeg for CNS wants to open up the offside, but because there's getting some patches, you get a feeling that he would want to ideally go and try and hit a lot more of the balls on the onside, hitting with the spin. Just spoken about it. I don't know if that tactic is one that he should look to keep employing, especially because Yash is getting some patches out of the wicket, some turn and bounce, and that's what that's a dream delivery for the off spinners. This time goes down the ground, doesn't even bother running, that clatters straight into the screen. 2 boundaries in the over, bringing an end to the 7th, and more importantly for Anas Bike, bringing up his 3rd 50 in the tournament. Very full delivery, muscle down the ground. The Bunyonyi Warriors are off to a flyer. They'll be looking for nothing less than that 170, 180 run mark.
Nice. Fad.
Hit onto the bunkers. Over. Copper chimney here at the Lugogo Oval. Wabose has been enjoying a very tight spell, but now he asks for more protection from Riazat Ali Shah, trying to set traps for Robinson Obuya. Everyone reminding Robinson Obuya that today is your day, mate. Get on with it. Robinson Obuya goes downtown.
Come on!
And the catch is taken down at the boundary. Celebration from Yunus Sowobi. A heart in the mouth moment. Everyone thinking that has gone and flown over Robinson Obuya. But he just hit a powerful, beautiful 6. And he should know that every time he's fallen, his team has collapsed in a flash. And now, as he reaches his 20, Robo falls for 21 from 17 deliveries, with the scoreboard reading 72 for 1 now. There's the catch again. Wabose and Robo going downtown, shopping on downtown. Look at the balance at the boundary. Superb angles from our camera guys. Run to you, the camera and the production crew, for showing how Yunus Sowobi expertly stayed in the field of play.
Center. Come vivo. Oui, vivo. Hey. Momo.
Paul Mulongo, nothing yesterday. He must make amends today, and he finds Wabose as the tough man to handle. He creams it through the covers. Paulo Mulongo. Yeah, it's always looked like $1 million bucks when it comes out to bat. But every time he's hit a boundary, there must be shivers going down Roger Mukasa's spine as a coach player, because Robo falls immediately after he scored a good boundary. Delicate from Anas Beg, but no runs on offer. It is the end of the over. 8 overs gone. Forget what you're seeing on the graphic here, because the score is now 73 for 1 after 8.
Center.
Well, as Innocent said, that you need to pay a lot of attention, obviously, to the scoreboard here at the ground. The score is 73, loss of 1 after 8. As Yash returns to the bowling attack, that's hit straight down the ground. Work to do for the fielder. Fad Mutaga now keeps it to just 1 run. That's what you want to see. You want to be able to save at least 5 to 10 runs in the field, so that you can very easily turn what could have been 190 into 180. We haven't seen the fielding standards in the tournament so far anywhere close to what would be expected at the international level, so that will be an area of concern for the coaches. Something we did speak about earlier. Turn and bounce for Yash. It's probably one of the very few spinners that has been able to extract that spin. This time Nasbeg attempts to go for the big slog sweep. Unfortunately for him, Fad Mutegana does an excellent job down there. Long on, puts in the hard yards and keeps it to just 2 runs. That's the kind of fielding contribution I did speak about a couple of minutes ago. Every T20 team will be very glad if they can save 10 to 15 runs in the field. That makes a massive difference when you come down to chase in the second inning.
The Asian community out here to support the team with the most Asian players. And some of the guys you see there in the stands do play for Avengers. So they're here to support, no second guessing, that man bowling, the captain of Avengers, Joshi. It's in the air. Who wants that? It stays in the air for a very long time. And Billy Blanks takes the catch. Trying to force the pace, force the issue. He falls for a half century here. It came in quick time, but he's gone. They're falling over now. The rebuild must come early, or else Mbua Blasters will be chasing very few. Nice and easy for Bilal Hassan. That had a lot of height. Could have walked in and taken a cup of tea before he took the catch. Look at that. This is the best frame for him. See how he positioned himself early enough and took one of the simplest catches he'll ever take in his career.
I don't think that ball was that full enough to try and go straight. But I think because of the intent, the desire to just try and hit everything under his nose, he then fell to that particular and paid the ultimate price. But again, in a sense, that thing we talked about in the first game, the ability for batters that bat at the top of the inning to be able to not only bat at the top, but be able to ensure that they can find their way around the middle phase of the play. A lot of the batters we've seen in the tournament have been extremely dominant in the power play, but it's the questions that have been left unanswered are how they bat around these areas. One, this is the period of consolidation as we move into a period of acceleration. So a lot of the top order batters have not been able to show us and pass that test in terms of how to bat in these particular phases of play.
Fred Achelam, captain of the Munyonyi Warriors, is in the middle now. He starts with a dead front foot bat. End of the over now. 9 gone. And they are stuck on 76. Someone was asking, when does Fred Achelam score runs? I tell you what, quiet tournament for him. Today is his 8th inning and he has 102 runs. 102 runs with a high score of 37, a strike rate of 87, an average of 14. The captain of the Unyonyi Warriors sits at number 15 on a log that has 66 batters, so it tells you he's not in entirely bad place.
Billy, you okay? You're at the beach. Billy.
Good stuff there from Mulongo to realize that the boundaries won't come through thick and fast. And that is the coach of the Mburo Blasters who are trying to snatch the title from Choga Avengers. They have said they want victory today and they want to win as well tomorrow to be victors. Call him Saddam Oyaga Oxy. No pace on the delivery whatsoever. Suleiman Sharif, Fred Achelam must realize that he almost got cleaned up there. He saw it as a half tracker. He went for the swivel pull. Fred Lackett to survive a very good delivery from a man who's wearing the same number he's wearing, number 4. He goes for the sweep. This time round is Lackett. The bounces will help it race to the boundary. Give up already Riyazat Alisha and give up already Bilal Hassan. Off the mark for Fred, but it is a fortuitous boundary for him. End of the over now for the Unyonyi Warriors, who are on 83 at the halfway stage. Right there in the frame, Lawrence Sematimba, once upon a time, an opening batter, and easily the best wicket keeper this generation of players has seen. Lawrence Sematimba. Next to him is the assistant coach for the Cricket Cranes, Jackson Ogwang. And next is Felicia Mukasa Chinto. Once upon a time, a wicket keeper for the Victoria Pearls as well. Robinson Obuya says, thank you for landing it in my arc. And those playing in court number 3 and 4 will help with the ball hunt.
You can clearly see, Innocent, that the spinners have actually found a way of pegging back the earlier onslaught. So the ability for the spinners to have control against especially high attacking top order batters, again, is another testament today. I think Yash, so far, before that particular delivery, I think he's bowled exceptionally well. Getting rid of an Asbeg, but also putting together some quality dot balls, keeping things reasonably quiet. So him bowling together with, we did see Stephen Wabose and now Suleiman Sharif They're literally stringing together very important dot balls that are giving Mboro Blasters a great passage of player.
Fred Achelam there caught prodding, and the coach reminds him that it's time to work. He says, roll on, mate. Speak some Swahili to him. Yes, Fred has some little Kenyan roots in his DNA. So him and Roger Mukasa, if they speak Swahili, they will stay head and shoulders above them. Everyone, does he hold out? Yes. It's the end of Fred Achelam. He tried to size up the bowler Joshi, but not enough power behind that shot. And it's the end of Fred Achelam's little inning. Just the one boundary. And the skipper, bye-bye.
And the more important thing about that particular shot is that the ball was far outside of stump. So you can tell that he was trying to hit it into that vacant gap there deep in wicket, but that wasn't the case. But well bowled from Yash, keeping it outside that sweeping arc that Fred Achelam likes to use. But a catch very well taken down there by Fad Mutegana, getting rid of the Bunyonyi Warriors wicketkeeper. But an innocent yet again. We're starting to see challenges in this consolidation and consolidation stage of an inning as we move towards the acceleration stage. It's an area from overs 7 to perhaps overs 15 or 14. That's where you feel that a lot of the teams in the tournament have had a bit of a challenge. So some areas of concern for the coaches. But right there is a score 94-3 at the halfway stage of the inning.
94-3 in the 11th over. We've seen what happened in the morning game. One team had 92 for 2. They went on to score just 168, getting 76 runs in the last 10 and losing 6 wickets along the way. So, same things happening here. That's Kenneth Wise, our captain of the Victoria Strikers. He's handed over the captaincy to Pius Oloka, who is doing the duties now. A good shot. Paulo Mulongo with a swivel, and one of the biggest sixes you'll see today here in Lugogo. He gets a rousing applause from his dugout. And while everyone thinks the wicket is tough to bat on, with the captain Achelam struggling, no struggles have been seen with Molongo Paul getting the boundary whenever he wants.
Go Sule, go Sule. Oi, there.
And he gets the single immediately. Smart cricket from Paulo Mulongo. There's a new man who was walked out there. Another one who would do some runs. Both are in the same team, and they have struggled. They have defined the word struggle because their struggles have been a cause of worry for the Bunyonyi Warriors and their coach, Roger Mukasa Galiwango.
Oh yeah, there. Nice Sule. Good, good. One is not enough. What? Back up. So be one bounce.
Tough chance put down by Baby Papa. He's in some sort of trouble. But run an effort. He's a fine fielder, so he's allowed a day off if it's just one delivery there. Hitting it down the line.
Back up.
End of the over. The overs are coming through quick and fast. And the 100 is up on the board. 100 for 3 after 12 overs. Here is in your frame, Juma Miyagi, captain of the Choga Avengers, said with one of the players of the team that played in the morning, Victoria Strikers, and on the far end is Choga Avengers captain, Ipeke Octradon, coach in Derek Bakunzi. Quick running between the wickets here. A lot of us smiles and laughs in the comms box because we have some new guests in there. And they are going on with a little talk. You can't blame them, they are journalists anyway. Cheeky from the man, Joseph Benjamin Baguma. And a chance to run 3. They will only take 2.
For me, it's been impressive captaincy from Ariazat. I think he recognized that the better option would have been to take pace off, and he quickly deployed his spinners. And Yash has done a fantastic job for him. He's been asked to bowl 4 overs on the trot, which you feel has yielded a lot of returns. Of course, for the reverse sweep, actually more of the switch hit, it showed that PJ Baguma does enjoy and plays well. Speaking about just how well Yash has bowled, you can see there in your frame a couple of onlookers and fans. May not have been here to watch the cricket itself, but they are at the restaurant, the Cooper Chimney restaurant, enjoying the sights of good cricketing action and a meal. As Yash Joshi continues to knit together a bit of a web here. Done exceptionally well for his side to bring them back.
Fine stuff from Yashavji Joshi. 106 after 13 for the loss of 3. Bunyanyi Warriors batting.
Good go, boys. Come, baby. Yes. There. Quarter. Keeper. Nice, too late.
There is a bowling change from that shell end. Suleiman Sharif takes a break. Steve Obose gets another bite at the cherry, but great work there from Suleiman Sharif. Ably does the clean-up job to keep it just 1 run. It's a very important passage of play because these 2 batters out there are literally the fulcrum of the rest of the mid-order batters from Bunyanyi Warriors. So it's important that they do not lose a wicket here. It's okay for them to rotate and keep moving at about 6-7 runs and over to build a bit of a launch pad much later on. If they can get that odd boundary here and then, exactly what Mulongo does, it would easily be their best chance of getting to that 170, 180 run marker. Otherwise, if they attempt to go too hard right now and they both lose their wickets, what could have been a possible 180, 190 can quickly become 140.
Well done, Sule, well done. Run out! Well done, Sule.
The story. What was the editor?
Nice people. Nice baby.
You'll all be inside. Yes, you'll all be inside. You want to join when you guys are.
Good shot from Mulongo Paul, who continues to be the lone warrior for his team. Was not offering the backup. He was in a hurry to get his cape and cool off his forehead from the umpire rather than do the basics right. Chip in the backup, get the ball, and make sure the umpire calls the over, and then you can don your cape. But now one extra run is given to the team batting, and the Bunyonyi Warriors will take all that is given to them. And there is the score for you, 118 for 3 after. Fifteenth over coming up. JB Baguma warming up there. Small man he is, but he's got a lion's heart. The ball is given to baby Papa. Riyazat Alishan saying, I'll stay away from the seamers going forward. Looks like it's a spinner's world now until they hit one out of the park. Here is Fahad Mutagana from the Ginger Road end. Chance for a catch. Oh no, it doesn't carry. Captain Riyazat Alishan is not happy, says, come on, Sowobi man. What would have been one all a catch turns into a boundary.
I think so. Be guilty there for literally slipping on the boundary. Should have been taking a couple of yards coming in. Fortunately for him, he didn't even get to the bounce of the ball. And concedes an easy boundary. What could have been an opportunity for a wicket instead turns out into 4. Riyazat will hope that this kind of gamble to ask his top order batter to bowl some spin actually pays off.
Again, they are very lucky, but fine stop. Fine stop. That is an athletic effort from Joshi. He's bowling some leggies, but he's lucky not to beat. Hit away from the last delivery. It was one. It was there for the taking. Chance for a catch. They say, Billy Blacks, please take the catch. And he obliges. Not enough power behind the shot. We saw it already in this over. And again, he holds out. Benjamin Baguma is the man gone. 123 for 3 becomes 124 for 4. Fadi Mutagana with the scalp of Baguma. Good catch taken by Billy.
Gives himself a little bit of room, of course, trying to access that extra cover region. But unfortunately, hits it a bit too straight for his liking and straight into those bucket hands of Bilal Hassan down at long off. But again, for me, that is exactly the worry I had. If they managed to get one of these two batters before the 16th over, what could have been 170? Get a feeling it's going to quickly come down. As Zemburo Blasters will know that now they are quickly into the frailish tail. As Cosmas Chauta walks in at number 6 for Bunyonyi Warriors, he needs to play a handy supporting knock alongside Paul Mulongo.
Chiramu is number 15. Says that tournament. Babal Semi Abako Baringanga Kumi. gyakina masoko by standards namba gya batting eno kubanga ine nyingi. Yes, the single is on, and they take on arguably one of the better fielders on this team in Ariazat Alisha. Off the mark for Cheuta, and end of the over. $126 for 4 after 15 now. In your frame, Ginger Road. And in your frame, the hockey ground, the Lugogo hostel, where Davis Karashani spent a couple of nights while he's an academist for Cricket Uganda. And furthermore, you could go on and see some of the taller buildings like Kingdom near the Garden City. Good shots from the drone here and good work from the production crew. But Cosmos must dare to dream now.
Thorough ball there yet again by Steve Wabose. Holds it right in the block hole. I like this particular strategy for me. I think they bought about 18 overs of spin in a row, which has yielded a lot of positive returns for the Bunyonyi Blasters. And I'm impressed by this field. There is no deep square leg, but they've opted to ensure they have 3 fielders deep on the offside. That simply will tell you that Steve Wabose will be looking to pierce it outside of stump, hit that wide line, not allow the batters to access deep square leg. And for me, it is a field that has worked out tremendously well, especially because the batters have not shown much desire to sweep the ball behind square on the onside.
Go behind. There.
That's a very good thing. Very, very good thing.
One. Nice DV.
Fucking shit.
Great ball in there from Steve Wabose. He's again hoping that the umpire will do him a favor and perhaps adjudge that as wide. But Steve's accuracy in hitting that wide line is, especially based on the field he's set, is looking extremely perfect. The precision in his bowling for me is what has been the takeaway, and I hope a lot of the bowlers will look to try and learn. Just get the entire pitch out of the equation and look to bowl in one particular area, setting the field to that and actually being successful. Exactly what Steve has done.
One.
Back up. And look at the protection. There's someone there in the covers, then there's someone sweeping in the covers, and there's one at longish off. I don't know what that fielding position is called. He's 4 overs. Steve is dead and dusted, and he's gone for 25 odd runs there. One for 24 are the figures for Steve. As we watch some action going on in the tennis courts there at Lugogo here. The coaches earning their mileage, the players learning the trade. It's a day of skills, and at a 128 for 4 after 16 overs. The 2 batters out on there in the middle for Bunyonyi Warriors. Paul Mulongo on 27 of 21 and Cosmas Cheuta 3 of 6 have got a hell of a job to do.
Well, there was a thought of bringing Bilal Hassan back into the attack. I found that a bit strange. But Reza Talisha opts to go back to his spin attack, making it 11 overs of spin in a row.
Cosmas Cheuta hits it downtown for 6. There's Cosmas Cheuta with the axle and goes from outside off stump to the onside.
So you're going to use one of those golf club acronyms, or the actual word itself. Can't seem to remember this. The name of that big, I don't know if it's called the club, but there's something iron. Innocent, you seem to pretend to have a bit of an idea of the golf course. So maybe you'll be able to enlighten the rest of the viewers about it.
Now that you don't pretend, you actually know, please go right ahead and tell us what that golf club is called, Davis.
Well, back the cricket will tell you what is happening here is that the umpires have come to pick up a replacement ball. As I yet again wait for Innocent to guide us on what that particular iron is called.
I left that for you, Davis. For once, die in your own movie.
Well, back the cricket itself, it's what was simply Ryan says that the way Cosmas Cheuta literally managed to lean into that one. It's like he pulled out that long handle. And a little bird in the comms box tells us it's called the 8 iron. It serves us literally. But yeah, it's one of those things that Cosmas Cheuta literally has made a career out of. His ability to walk in and muscle, especially slow bowling options over the boundaries, has brought a lot of value. Not just to him, but as well to the team balance, because they do possess a fast bowler who can walk in and actually get themselves close to 20 runs in no time.
The biggest worry has been that scores of 180 have not seemed like they're enough on this oval. So when you bat fast and you are the Nyonyi Warriors, you bat and bat on and be hoping that you've gotten enough for the day. Cheuta is on strike against Mutagana. Mutagana loves to give it a little air, but if he falls into that trap, Cosmas Cheuta misses everything. And he gets the thinnest of edges onto it. It's a boundary. At one moment I thought he had been bowled out.
That's the thing about Cosmas Cheuta. He will not eat up a lot of resources, that I can assure you. But he can be dangerous in terms of forcing teams to change their team plans. You can tell that there's already a change in the field based on how Cosmas Cheuta is literally batting. The intention he has shown is literally to go big.
Those were 4 byes. So it's a keeper's error. Cosmas Cheuta, this is clean, this is smart. Davis Karashani, I can tell you now, that's the driver that Cosmas Cheuta unleashes and drives it down the ground for a huge 6.
Well, enough with the spin. The 12 overs of spin in a row are done and dusted. As Reza Talisha opts to bring in his premier fast bowler, Bilal Hassan, who will operate from that shell end. What that simply means is that overs 18 and 20 will be bowled by Bilal Hassan from that side, the shorter end of the ground. He'll be hoping that Bilal can bring all the experience that he does possess to try and keep these middle-order batters, especially Cosmas Cheuta, in check.
He is a man who bowled just one over. Actually bowled one ball. Trying to complete someone's over who got injured previously in this tournament. That was Gulam Hunzai. Brana Sawa has some shades of a bowler, but who doesn't? Stealing in from 30 yards. Down the leg, that's where it was going. And says about time for them to start swinging. Leg by it is, as indicated by Simon Chinto, the umpire.
Yes, and about what particular run mark do you think the Bunyonyi Warriors will probably be looking at for them to have a sense of comfort?
From the last 18 balls, if they can get another 22 runs. Cosmas Cheuta, does he hold out? The fielder was standing in the arc. Chance for second, and yes, they'll get the second. They are home safe and dry without even trying too much. Cosmas Cheuta is not happy with that effort. He didn't time the ball cleanly. It's a clean strike of the ball, Cosmas. He got a little crowd behind him during the Challenge League Uganda hosted at the back end of 2023. And Cosmas Cheuta had everyone supporting. I beg your pardon, that was 2024. 2023 was the ladies in Entebbe, where youngsters like Lona Nyeit got a chance to play, and Musamali saved Uganda against Tanzania with the spell of a lifetime. Hitting down to the sweeper. Cosmas, he passed like an elderly statesman.
Well, I'm a bit unsure about that particular length that Bilal Hassan is trying to bowl at Cosmas Cheuta. More often than not, those very full deliveries, Cosmas will clear that left foot of his, bring in those long levers and muscle those for sixes. So I feel that Bilal might be very lucky to have gotten away with two of those deliveries. You'd have thought that he would want to bowl into the wicket and slightly on the shorter side.
Timo, Lennon score mwana, Lennon. Timo. Lennon Is this 4? No, it's not 4. But there's chance for the second, and Molongo has to run very quickly. And he's home safe and dry.
Great sense of urgency here, especially at the back end of the inning. The Bunyonyi Warriors will know that they need every run to get added or to that total. If they can find a way of getting to that 170 run mark, you get a feeling that they will know that they have a bit of a number of runs they'll look to play with.
Scoreboard.
Well, you can tell that Bilal Hassan is trying to target that wideish line because he has deployed that point fielder down at the ring, so he has a deep wideish point and an cover together with the long off. So that will be a bit of an indication to you. But the scoreboard will tell you what the reality is out there that is happening between the 22 yards. 154 is the score for 4 in 17 overs.
What a fine stop there from Charles Musemeza to go off the toe end of the bat of Paul Mulongo. I like the loud call from Cosmas Cheuta.
Well, that particular dive clearly tells you that that's a positive on Charles Musemeza already. Saved 4 runs. So when you look at the fielding saves that have been made, you already can tell that they're close to 10 runs that have been saved by the Mburo Blasters, and that's what you want to see. If at the end of the inning you feel that you've saved about 15 runs, you have done yourselves a bit of a favor.
Bilal Hassan. It's got out of height. Does it disappear? This is a man who has flexed his muscles for this particular hit. Mulongo Paul can actually play, and is reminding everyone watching that like maybe from 70 kilometers from Kampala, but in Jinja, we make the best of the best batsmen, and this is a clean hit out of the park.
I'd like to see that replay again, just to remind the viewers and the young cricketers out there that are watching. We live in an area whereby the modern day batters are actually being taught to train the speed of the hands. Take a quick look. You can just tell all that did the work there was simply the hands. The hand speed, didn't get his feet anywhere close to it, and let the hands do the work. The arm extension allowed the bat flow to come right down through the line. He did not only get height to it, but got maximum distance. That could have been 6 on any cricket ground on earth.
Scoreboard.
So you didn't hit about that 170 mark, but tell you the Banyoni Warriors are just 10 runs away from that with 12 deliveries to go.
He goes high, very, very high. Does it carry? No, it doesn't. Taken at the boundary ropes by Edwin Nwagaba. Cosmas Cheuta just doesn't know how he missed out on that boundary. He stays rooted in the crease. Does he think it's a no ball? Nwagaba is smiling. Cosmas Cheuta sharing a couple of words with the umpire. Davis, take me through there. What do you make of that delivery, and why Cosmas Cheuta stayed right there?
I think he stayed largely there in disbelief that he did not get enough of that one, because he felt that that was one of those deliveries which was bowled into the wicket right in the slot for Cosmas Cheuta and the quality he does possess. He'll very easily hit 8 out of 10 of those deliveries for sixes, so he felt that that perhaps didn't get the sweet spot of the bat, and unfortunately he sent back the hard. But he's done a decent job for his team, for a batter that was sent out there to up the tempo. I think he's done exactly that. But in your frame, it's not only the physio's table there, the famous physio table. I'm not too sure. Henry Senyondo, the elderly statesman. In my playing days, he was never ever a resident of that table, but clearly age is one of those things you just cannot cheat for too long.
So Obi, with the long over looming that we're anticipating, it is instead becoming a shorter over because he picks up a big wicket. And here is a new man out there. It's a no ball called, and how everyone in the dugout of the Banyoni Warriors wishes the no ball was called a ball earlier. And guess who walks out to bat? Looks like that is fortunate. And he's happy to get a loose ball up front, which is called no ball. So he will be fortunate to face a free hit.
So you want to take a couple of bets. What do you think he's going to do in the free hit?
Switch. A switch hit.
I would imagine he's probably going to try and play that little lap on the onside.
He goes for one of Davis Kalashani's best shots. But it's a boundary. It's a boundaries that everyone else here needs. 4 runs for Fortunate, who gets a 4-chase boundary to get his innings underway.
Well, he won't mind how they come. He swung and gave it everything. Unfortunately for him, got it just enough wood to beat that waiting fielder down there, third man, Suleiman Sharif, unable to get a hand to it.
He must have been in the same class with you, Davis, Davis Karashani, where coaches say when you swing very hard, such that even if it's an edge, it is hard to catch.
Innocent, you're bordering on defamatory statements. Fortunately for you, I know your address. You might be receiving one of those people that may be serving you with court documents, sir.
I'm not afraid. I'm in the line of duty.
She's not married.
Fortunate Ali Juna finally finds the full blow, and this is a beautiful 6 from the man. Small muscles, but the conviction with which he plays. Ali Juna, Fortunate, going the Abojo way, fearless.
Gets not just height on that one, gets full maximum on it. He tonks that one over long off. Nearly took out some of the fans that have come here on a Friday afternoon to watch this penultimate day of the Great Lakes T20 tournament. It's been a fantastic tournament, Innocent. Started off with the women's version. It's come down to the tail end. We are in the final stretch of the men's tournament.
Chance for a catch. And there is a call. Is that a chance? No, the umpire says no. Leg buys it will be. Now run to the total, but superb wicket keeping from Charles Musemeza, who made his debut for Uganda earlier this year in March in Windhoek.
What exactly was superb about that? I thought the ball just literally ricocheted off Fortunate's arm straight into the wicket-keeping glove. Kudos to him there. He deserves a massive hand clap.
Back to the cricket. Here's Yunus Owobi. Yes, this will be a boundary. And Paul Mulongo has been a man on fire. He's put them under immense pressure, the bowlers here. He came in with the team in need of runs, and that is a full toss. He helps it along, powering it on the own side. Edwin Nwaga by new frame. No catches for him this time round as he collects from beyond the rope. 43 now for Mulongo Paul from just 28 deliveries.
I think he's delivered and answered some of the questions I was asking about because we've seen a lot of batters, top-order batters struggle in the middle phase. So for him, he's one of those that has actually ticked that box. His ability to switch gears and accelerate, find that odd boundary whenever he needed to. I think for me, he's one of those. He's been one of the finds in the tournament at that number 3 spot. But with that dot ball brings an end to Sowobi's spell. And more importantly, the penultimate over. The score is 178 for 5.
Can they get 12 runs and make it 190 in the final over? If they get 22, then the 200 is up, and the world will be waiting to see if Razat Alisha can again save his team. There is Lugogo, the drone shot. The National Council of Sports headquarters with the parking yard right in your frame, and the main gate of NCS and sideline, where they whip up some nice dishes. So we'll be going for 46 in his 3. Being a bowler is a tough ask. He's flown at 15 per over today.
15.3.
Fortunate Ali Juna says thank you and goodbye. Bilal Hassan has his hand on his head. He's itching all over the body. He needs a cold wash of his face because the young boys are not giving his name any respect. That was swinging into Arjuna, who hits it very hard into the sitting area of the lounge at Copper Chimney.
Bilal Hassan a bit guilty there for bowling it into the wicket. I get a feeling that he was caught off guard. He didn't expect that from Alijuna Fortunate.
Alijuna Fortunate is sitting back deep in the crease, waiting. Look at that stance. And he gets one. This is good. This is smart. This could be for Suleiman Sharif. He's saying, do you want me here? Do you want me back there? 10. Now, we were talking about 12. Now it's 12 we need. 12 to get the 200 and set the stage for Charles Musemeza, who has batted brilliantly in this tournament, and Suleiman Sharif and Riazat Ali Shah. And people like Brana Saba. Fortunate again trying to swing for the heavens, but it's a swing and a miss. I think what he did wrong this time around is he created a lot of room. Stay in line. Line up the man.
I think for me the more important thing at this particular stage is to ensure that you get contact, because you just can't afford. First of all, you can't run bys, but you cannot afford deliveries without you making any contact on them, because any sense of contact, as long as it's not an edge straight into the keeper's gloves, at least it gives a chance for them batters scampering for a quick single.
Better from him. One taken very quickly, and they'll be back for the second. And I like how Mulongo, there is a personal milestone at stake if he gets the 50, but you can see how hard he's working for the team. And he says, personal milestones aside, we've got to work and put our bodies on the line for the team. I beg your pardon, Fortunate Ali Juna. I almost called him Innocent Mwevaze. 22 from 8. What a cameo. Almost striking it at over 270, 250 plus. Ouch, how did he miss out on that one? It was dying in on him, and a chance to run two. They get two. Look at the two batters trying to take on a very athletic Steve Wawose. The 190 is up now. They'll need at least 9 runs every over in the chase, but you know, with such Lugogo and how everyone has made a mockery of the size of the ground when it comes to the top leading batters, it will not be enough. But moments of magic could save them. They need the victory. Here is Mburo Blasters. Bilal Hassan. Big appeal, but no wicket. He went for the switch a little too early, showed the batsman what he was planning to do. Fortunately, Juna doesn't get a run off his bat on the last ball. It's leg buys. And Bilal Hassan wraps up his spell and quarter. None for 40 in his 4 overs. That's how things have been here in Lugogo. Anas Beg with a half century. Mulongo Paul with an unbeaten 43 from 29 deliveries. He gets a round of applause from his coaches and everyone else there, telling him very well done. And as the players walk off, we'll come back in a jiffy and tell you that the Mburo Blasters need 190 plus for victory today.
Sure, it's not just 15.
0.3 muluma 0.3 nzogifuna nga audition ya African. Seri sports. Still the business is like 35 now. Commentary, cue commentary. Timoya. Timo. Saturday is a golfing day.
Arms leg. Umpire leg.
Commentary. Team is off, Timaya.
Oh, stop.
Timo.
Thank you.
We're back here in Lugogo. It is action time. 194 is what the Bunyonyi Warriors set. An innings that was resuscitated by Paul Mulongo. And here we are. 194 is what the Mburo Blasters need. And guess who walks out to bat? Is a man who has been getting them off to flyers. Shot number 15, Charles Musemeza. And he's not alone, he's got another one who loves to make use of the power play, Mr. Fahad Mutagana. And with the new ball is Mr. MMR Musa Majid Ramadan. Wides to start the chase. Immediately now. 193 is what is required. The scoreboard gets ticking. There's a slip in place. Achelam. The fine leg is up in the 30-yard. The man standing down in the deep is third man and long on. I'm not alone in the comms box. I'll tell you who I am with after this delivery. Chance for catch. He doesn't chip in a dive. He doesn't put the hand up. That is not like fortunate. There was a chance. Fortunate should have known better. Look at that. As he touches back, he gets off balance. I feel for him because he's an athletic fielder and he knew much better that he needed to put in a hand or a little jump. It could have stuck. Davis, that's how you play. Allow me to introduce the man. I already said his name. Davis Adinite Karashani. Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon to you, Innocent. Great to be here. Half chance goes begging. Samajid getting a bit of a zip out of the wicket. But what do you have to say about that particular half chance? I thought, fortunately, at least they should have done is at least put a hand out. You just never know. A lot of those tend to stick. But a shot and not fired, really. Literally leaves you as futile as you might have expected. The least he should have done is at least attempt.
6 runs already on board. This is huge from Charles Musemeza. And this has been hit to the parking yard. I am very lucky I didn't park there today because I'm too broke to be buying a windscreen for my jalopy. That's the massive hit, Davis, into the parking yard of NCS.
That actually is Not sounding like a broken record. I thought he just got the timing spot on. But you can tell that he read that Musa Majid was going to be bowling back of a length delivery. So that allows for the ball to literally sit up. On a wicket that we have seen that there's not been much pace out of it. So for me, good tactics from Charles, sitting back and pulling that. Good follow-up delivery. But it's good to see Paul Mulongo with gloves in hand. I think that gives yet another wicket-keeping option to all the members of the technical team of the Cricket Cranes.
Musa Majid now with a better delivery. Ten runs in the over. I tell you what, that wasn't a 4, that was a 6. Again, 2 6s now in the over. He's being taken to the cleaners here, Musa Majid.
I'm a little bit unsure about this particular field set, especially based on the lengths at which he's bowling. You'd have imagined he would have automatically needed a deep square leg rather than even a long on fielder. Because if he's going to bowl it into the wicket, the odds are pretty high that the high scoring areas will be the ones that are square of the wicket. So maybe something that Fred Achilama and the rest of these charges need to quickly think about. But the Mboro Blasters will know that they need to get a very good power play if they're to have a chance of getting to that 194 run mark.
Big over here, the Bunyonyi Warriors will be ruining a chance of having given the ball to a youngster to get things started with another assessment like Cosmas Cheuta. Right there, continuing to give the youngster some pep talk, some words of inspiration. It's a no ball now, and it's a free hit. And Charles Musemeza will be looking to pump this one. Again, vacant region. That's exactly where Cosmas Cheuta was asking the captain, can we get some cover there? Because it looks like everything the young man is bowling is a trudge shot and it's being pumped onto the onside.
Let's speak about that. You can just tell the length for me is it's not really the problem with the bowler, but it's totally the plan between the bowler and the captain that they appear to be at such huge extremes. But well, a big opening over, 23 run over, gives the perfect momentum to Mboro Blasters as they attempt to get 194. Wish I could quickly get some footage of what Cosmas did before that final delivery. I think I saw him try to play around with the bells. There's a little story that happened, I think, in county cricket this week, whereby Sam Hain, the guy that plays for England, he was facing Hassan Ali, the Pakistani international, and right before Hassan Ali bowled, he ran to the side of where the striker's end is and literally changed the bails. And when he changed the bails, as Hassan Ali walked back, Sam Hain changed the bails back to the way they had been. And once Sam Hain had also changed and started looking towards the bowler's end, the wicketkeeper Johnny Bairstow then run quickly to the stumps and then change the bails yet again. So it's just some form of superstition that a lot of bowlers and fielding teams try to have some mental edges and play some mental games to opposition batsmen. So I was interested to see if that's exactly what Cosmas Cheuta had done.
You may not be very far away from the truth. We know cricketers for being superstitious. Which leg to step first in the over when they're coming out to bat. Their pre-game rituals. Some opt for the throwdowns. Some opt not to even have a hit out. Others hope to have a quick power nap. Some listen to a certain music and get the mojo going. And our youngsters too, all our players too, Uganda, they watch a lot of TV and have some of those players as their idols. So they'll try to do and copy and paste. But what a big over. One man, Charles Musemeza.
Speaking about pre-game rituals, as Innocent, I'll let the viewers know little secret about yourself. Your game ritual then, when you played, was largely to do with what you did the night before in a place that was very famous industrial area place. So it's a place that Innocent really enjoyed himself on, especially before games. And luckily for him, more often than not, it yielded very good returns.
No comment.
Well, the youngster Jonathan Nyiro opening the bowling from Ginger Road. Luckily for him, he's gone away with not much damage on that first delivery.
Hit up in the air. And it pierces the two fielders. And it's a boundary. Mutagana loves to get going early on in his innings. Full toss. And punished.
The fielders that are patrolling the boundary are a deep point and extra cover. I'm a little bit worried and skeptical about this field, especially because of the pace at which Nyiro bowls at. You feel that because of that pace, the batters should have the ability to actually be able to pick the ball from outside of stump and hit it on the onside. The whole mid-wicket region is vacant, and equally is anything that is hit over the infield. So you feel it is a little bit of a risk, but a tough ask for the youngster.
They are running out with this one in the power play. Another boundary. Jonathan Nyiro has no real pace. And once he's lined up by the young batters, it's always going to be a boundary. Boundaries galore thus far.
Yeah, you can see what Jonathan Nyiro is trying to do there. He's trying to keep the ball outside of stump, out of the hitting arc. But unfortunately for him, and something we've mentioned, because there's not much pace on his bowling, it allows the batters to get right across the stump and hit the ball wherever they want to be hit.
32 up in 1.3 overs. Touch and go from Afad Mutagana.
Innocent, it's a case of pound for pound stuff, especially in the power plays. Both teams were very, very strong and dominant in the power plays. So you feel both of them will want to ensure that, especially Charles Mushemeza and Afad, they want to ensure that if they can have the better power play among the two teams. We did see that Bunyanyi Warriors got 62. So anywhere above 62, and they're just 30 runs short of that. After just 10 deliveries, I feel that Borough Blasters are ahead already.
Those boundaries were for Fahad, not Charles. So it's now Charles on strike. They're not on you. Go. Whatever is moving on, which angle is confusing. That's what it is. It's a slogan. Slogan of Alvin Stenagals to the diaspora. I'm telling you, I told Alvin I can't blame the man. I'm totally got terrorized by Renon.
It's over.
Well, with that dot ball brings an end to the second. But then Borough Blasters are blasting themselves away to 32 for no loss. Innocent, I think right after this small break, we'll probably be discussing if you think there's any strategic intention on why Cosmas Cheuta perhaps hasn't opened the bowling. Well, very early think tank of the Bunyonyi Warriors getting themselves together to perhaps explore the options. But it appears like they have opted to go with the youngster Musa Majid yet again. A little bit surprised that they have allowed the Mburu Blasters to quickly get out of the blocks. You'd have thought that they would have wanted to peg them back by bowling Cosmas Cheuta. That hasn't happened.
You were talking about the tactics, and for me, I think Jonathan Nyiro doesn't have the pace to trouble the batters once he bowls outside off stump, because he can easily be lined up. Musa Majid given a chance at redemption. Somebody must be humming the redemption song into his ear. First over went for 20. And again he's pummeled to the boundary. Musa Majid has learnt nothing and forgotten nothing. It was Musemeza leaning in on him and pounding him in the first over, and now Musemeza says, I can do worse, because that's a huge six. When it's not your day, Davis Karashani, it's not your day. Even a banana you've just eaten can break your tooth.
Well, the wheels are coming off pretty early here for Musa Majid and Bunyonyi Warriors. Again, big as that exact question we were speaking about, Innocent. Why not Cosmas Cheuta rather than throw the youngster in the deep end? I know there's no better way of learning, but you feel that he's probably been exposed to a road that could have been avoided.
It's a better line now. Samajid knows this. Should be able to execute. He doesn't have bags of experience on his shoulders, but the job at hand is easily executable if you listen and do exactly that. But if you come through and go through emotions and just try to bowl quickly over and go away, you'll get pummeled, you'll get punished, and you'll get pounded all over the park. And cricket lately, there is nowhere to hide. Once you sign up as a bowler, you've got to bowl your 4 overs. A big appeal. They would love to see the end of Charles Musemeza, and those little body blows will soften him a bit.
I think it was an appeal more out of desperation. But you could see a bit of Musa Majid getting his lengths better. But that was obviously a bit too high. Borough Blasters are cruising at 40 for no loss. They're running away with this one after just 15 deliveries.
Lofted. Does it go all the way? Yes. That's a very good bat that Charles Musemeza has. Look at that little beautiful punch with intention on the up, and it clears the boundary.
Good shot there. Full face of the bat. But that crisp sound off that blade tells you a thing or two about the quality of that piece of equipment he has in his hands. And that makes a massive difference. That has been the difference between that flying for 6 or going down the throat of an Asbeg. It went. That was the result of that was the former.
Having said the game needing 9.6 per over, they now need 8.6. They've already taken off the 1 because of this sustained hitting. That is an exhibition of proper batting at the top in the power play. Driven down the ground. There's only 1 run on offer with a Nasbeg riding the boundary. And over the third over here, a sing at the very end, and the score for the Mburo Blasters is 46. Make that 47 with a loss. The Blasters are blasting away to the finish line here in quick time. Looks like they want to win this and get the Friday party started ahead of the final day of this competition. It's been a beautiful one, 9 match days. And guess who's still in the talk for the conversation? The Blasters know if they win here today, they'll get same level and same number of points with the, as this one races to the boundary. Benjamin Baguma coming to the attack, but no protection on the offside. And once he dragged it short, listen to the sound of that shot from the bat of Musemeza. Nice and easy.
Interesting to see him develop that. Seems to be trying to hide the ball as he runs into ball. Actually, we did speak about it that spinners today appear to be trying to pick up as many variations. And that for me is a good thing. It's good to see the players go out there and start to try a couple of things, especially at this level.
Chance to catch. It falls, lands and races to the boundary. Fortunate on the chase. There it is. Again, no hand from Fortunate. I think he's feeling in the wrong place there. When you feel in such a place where the traffic is high, you've got to be also innovative and imaginative in equal measure. The 50 already up.
Well, that clattered into the helmet of Fad Mutegan, and obviously we do know that that requires a mandatory concussion test, but that should be a sigh of relief for Bunyonyi Warriors, as it is a time for them to quickly reassess where they are and what, come up with a couple of plans they think might actually materialize with some positivity. So good to see that Fahad Mutegan has passed that test. Of course, a test that has been administered by the physio of the cricket cranes, Chuko. Well, he hasn't only passed the test of the concussion test, but as well passed the hard-hitting test as he manages to pounce on that delivery that was wide outside off stump. Hits it for a maximum over extra cover, but it's a case of pin drop silence on the Bunyonyi Warriors field. Well, Baguma yet to find answers. He hasn't been one of the spinners we expected, especially for his quality. We expected him to do very well in this tournament, but he hasn't come anywhere close to what half his potential is. And he closes out what has been another big over for the Mboro Blasters, concedes 15 in his first. The Mboro Blasters are 62 for no loss after 4. And well, there is another bowling change from that shell end. As Musamaji takes a break, the youngster Simon Okeche has been asked to bowl from that end at a very difficult time. With some very sizzling blades, Mboro Blaster blades. Been untidy there by the field at point. Fielder Robinson Obuya. Just get a feeling that based on the momentum that the Mboro Blasters have, the Bunyonyi Warriors would do with any form of support in the field. That hasn't happened and allowed the batters to come through for a single. The fielders patrolling the boundary are long on and deep mid wicket. You feel Fahad Mutegan will chance his arm outside off stump and hit anything he can get to that vacant region. That won't help as the scoreboard keeps ticking.
No!
Short delivery, as I did mention, that that is the vacant region. That's the boundary option. Anything outside off stump, feel because there is no extra cover, becomes a boundary option for the batters. Slightly short delivery. Very well hit by Fahad Mutegan. And fortunately, Juna's birthday is not getting any better. Played a blind run inning at the back end of the inning for Bunyonyi Warriors. But he's having a torrid time out there in the field. Gets height on that one. Cosmas Chauta is right under it. Does he complete it? Yes, he does. And Simon Okeche strikes, picking up his first.
Fahad Mutegan Getting a lot of height, that one. But no real elevation. As Cosmas Cheuta trudges back and completes a very good take. 68 now for one with Fahad gone. Simon Gogoli taking the wicket. He's been serving a sort of suspension in this tournament from his coach Roger Mukasa. Discipline. There was a disciplinary issue of sorts within the team setup. But we'll be happy to be back, and I will say you missed me, guys, because he's picked up the first wicket. And guess out walks out to bat with the national team cap. Riyazat Ali Shah, leading run scorer of the tournament with 314 to his name. And he's got 3 for 14 after missing one match. If they pick him early, they could believe, but the platform has been laid for him. And now 126 more runs are needed. Just 8 runs every over. Robinson Obi at point, Fred Achelam in the slips. Adam Kasim at fly gully. No run there. Not under the watch of Cosmas Cheuta. That's the dugout of the Mboro Blasters. He's taking notes and has a grin on his face. The coach, Saddam Oyaga. That Alisha is not about to waste time. And that's a boundary now to get his innings started. Fortunate has been diving around like a little pussy cat. But he said on to nothing. Not a bad delivery. Not clearly the worst of them all. But the man in covers. What have you done to help your team? Something they would ask in a local dialect. Go to Yamba D. Davis Karashani is laughing his head off here. But there's nothing funny about the things happening on the oval. 10 runs already in the over. So the Mboro Blasters continuing to blast away. Four more, or even 6. Yes, it carries. Flight on offer. Too much flight. Once it went over Cosmas Cheuta. Dennis Oboy, call him Oboy sounds. Indicates Davis Karashan. Look at the scoreboard. 78 for 1 after 5 overs. This is more than a pummeling.
Well, innocent for two former spinners in the comms box. I think it's a good time for us to be in the comms box, not to be out there in the field. There's just not much delight in bowling out there. The batsmen appear to be making light work of anything that gets set. And the interesting part for me about that over from Simon is that none of the 6 deliveries actually went to the 2 fielders that are patrolling the boundary that is long on and mid wicket. That gives you an indication of maybe the field needs to change a little bit. Slight short delivery from Joseph Baguma, and a bit too quick with an offer. That will not help the cause. Again as well for Baguma, he's been hit in areas whereby that's not where his 2 fielders are. He's been guilty of bowling too wide, in my opinion, allowing the batters the width to work with. Slight change in the field there. The field at a short square leg's been brought in and added an extra man there at a short third man. Not too sure about this field unless he does not intend to turn the ball into the right-handers. with an offer. Bakuma is lucky to have gotten away with that. Thorough ball, I think for me, those lines are much better. They are a lot more within the line of the stumps and allow him, Bakuma, to have a bit of control. I don't know why I imagined that Bakuma would get a lot more patches out of the wicket the way we did see Yashvi Joshi do. But that hasn't happened so far. It's short delivery. Very lucky again to get away with that one. For the shot of the complex we did speak about, you can see there the hockey ground. Fielder underneath that one, but unfortunately the fielder can only watch that sail over his head for a maximum, and that maximum brings an end to the power play. A very productive power play for the Mboro Blasters, who find themselves at 88 with the loss of just one wicket.
Come on lads.
Good to see a couple of our fans trickled in to watch this particular game on the penultimate day of the Great Lakes T20 tournament. Tomorrow will be the final day itself. We are in the final stretch as we look to wind up season 1. Tournament has been fantastic in terms of quality, in terms of runs. The fans have enjoyed themselves. Lots to see. Not a lot of delight for the bowlers.
No one. Webali, suli dao. No.
Two leading batters of the tournament continue to grind on here. Chelsea Musemes are on 357 runs now. Riyazat Ali Shah, early days in his innings, and he is on 285.
Teddy. Yeah.
A lot of heart and soul in that one from Mr. MM.
Big shot coming. Come on, lad.
Terence Kakuru on 242, Anas Beg 241, and Simon Cesars 233, and Rubis Rubia 217 are the 6 batters in the 200 run mark. Chance for run out. Come on, go for it.
Voto, Kecho. Fernando Kecho. Dano Kecho.
Dipping in on him.
Kola.
Very good delivery there from Simon Googly Okecho.
Namanyi. One.
Flight on offer. Cosmas Cheuta, the fielder. He puts in a very good effort as a fielder. And this is a very good over from Simon Okecho. Tight stuff. Just 4 runs from it. But look at his figures for the day. 1 for 20 and 2. It means the first over went for 16.
Well, Innocent, a couple of minutes ago, you did walk up to the physio of the Cricket Cranes to pick up some bit of information, especially regarding Cosmas Cheuta. I think the viewers would like to understand, if you can give some context of why Cosmas Cheuta is yet to actually have the cherry in his hands.
Yeah. Cosmas Cheuta only bowled 2 overs as Tornado Bees wrestled the title back for the first time since 2016 to win their 5th. And he landed poorly in Ginger on one particular end that was seemingly being leveled. No real best for him. And together alongside Juma Miyaji, they've been allowed to bowl in this tournament sparingly, and every time it is worsened, the doctor has told them to stop the bowling as a precaution. Juma Miyagi didn't bowl in the last couple of games, and as well Cosmas Cheuta being told not to bowl today as a precaution. To have a look at that right ankle, Riazat Ali Shah he's hit this one to the next little town here in Kampala and welcome the youngster into the bowling attack. Adam Kasim is hit to the next little town here from Lugogo. There's a man in your frame. Steve-O in the white shirt. He played this game of cricket and he loves it. Last Friday he celebrated 50 years and there was a little party going on here in Lugogo. The party was funded by young cricketers in Derek Bakunzi, Fred Achelam, and the tennis players, Coach Male. Look at what Kasim balls to Riazat Ali Shah. See the rubbish and hit the rubbish. And say no ball at the 6. And their 100 is up.
Very full delivery, obviously a bit obviously above waist height, bordering on dangerous from the youngster Kasim. His nerves will be tested. He'll know that he's considered 2 back-to-back maximums. He is bowling to one of the most destructive batters in the country. But luckily for him, he does have some wisdom there, a lot of wisdom from Cosmas Cheuta, who look to try and calm him down.
Selfless from Cosmas Cheuta. When no other senior player ran to Kasim, he's run across and says, do what you do best. Do what helped you pick 5 wickets the other day. Hit down, and the catch is taken. But it was a no ball the previous delivery. So everyone reminding Kasim, get to work. The belief is abound. But this is a poor ball now. Very poor from Kasim. He should have continued to do better and ball it right in front there. 50 up for Charles Musemeza, the leading run scorer in the tournament. He's living on another planet. And he's living lavishly in Lugogo, trying to silence all those little critics that were coming up and saying, you don't belong to the national team setup. He continues to also stay in the conversations of the selectors and the coaches on why he should continue to be selected. Four balls have disappeared for 19. It can't get any worse. It's in the air for Anas Beg. Yes, good catch with both hands. And after the 50, Kasim will celebrate. 50 from 29. He's done his job, but together with Rezat Ali Shah, they were very destructive. And now with the new person walking in, it could change all in a sudden. But look at the commitment shown by Anas Beg. It almost died in on him. There's Adam Kasim. Look at the look on his face. He's weather beaten.
I didn't get a feeling that, especially events like these, tournaments like these, the amount of exposure that some of these youngsters get, it has the ability to have two particular effects. Either it can make you can get thrown in the deep end and actually come out a lot stronger on the other end, or sometimes, unfortunately, a lot of the other players, the younger players, just get into their shell and fold and look to simply wither away. So I'll actually be hoping that for Kasim Adam, it is more the former for him, to be able to learn from it, soldier on, and only get stronger as his career is such a young budding one. And for a young leg spinner, he'll need a lot of support around him and belief. He needs to be listening to the right piece of advice. I think he's one of those. He's one of those for the future.
Final ball, he needs to ball it well in the right area. Is Suleiman Sharif facing? Suleiman Sharif. He's shown another dimension to his game lately. He doesn't go gang-ho style, or what you call bang bang. He's a bit more calculative, and for me he's one of the cogs in that Tornado B squad that was very vital for them to play out 50 overs with each passing day and even get big scores on the board. Nelson struck at 111 as Mr. Charles Musemeza got dismissed for a beautiful half century of just 29 balls. And at the end of 8, 112 is up for the Mburo Blasters, who have lost just the 2 wickets. Simon Googly Okecho to continue from the shell end. It's a fine ball.
Well, good tactics from Alfred Chilama Leicester, retaining that slip position, especially for Suleiman that has just walked in. Great stuff from Simon Okecho. Bits the outside edge of Suleiman. That's what you want to see, and I like the field because Fred Achalam has intentionally left that whole mid-wicket region vacant, tempting Suleiman to try and play the ball there against the turn to bring the slip fielder into place. Suleiman does the smart thing and simply gets a single. Alisha looks like he's in the mood to get this done and dusted pretty quickly.
Alisha is putting on an exhibition of power hitting. 26 from 9. Was very lucky there, Simon. He dragged that one short, not intentionally.
One could argue he actually did so intentionally because he did see Suleiman Sharif run down the wicket. Innocent is not convinced at all.
Can you fault me?
Well, I guess both of us will never know. Simon will argue that he actually saw him coming down the wicket and dropped it short.
They won't take the second. Cosmas Chauta asking, fortunate, how come he didn't chip in a dummy or try to stop that one? 2 very good overs from Simon Okecho that have gone for 4 runs back to back. And after going for 16 in his first, he has now some respectable figures of 1 for 24 in 3. That is very well struck from Riyazat Ali Shah. Rizzo likes to get the full blow. Achelam helping the skipper. I beg your pardon. Cosmas Cheuta helping the skipper. Achelam doesn't have to be a quiet man on the ground to see his team fall without an effort. Kasim must continue to fight now. He's going to be put under the pump. Everyone knows that the area where Riyazat Ali Shah loses wicket from is that fly gully area and point. Once he miscues one, that's where it normally lands. Kasim looks like he's pumped up and ready for the exchange.
Yeah, I like to see that he's one of those that has appeared like he's ready for the fight. That's what you want to see in your youngsters. Do not get yourself faced away.
And as a batsman, you get lucky. Cut. And look at the dummy from again. Fortunate. The ball seems to be following everywhere. What a horrible show Fortunate has put on today. He was exciting with the bat. Maybe it's just unfortunate today.
All his struggles have been very evident right from the first half chance where he didn't put his didn't put in an attempt. Smart batting there from Reza Chalisha. Picks up back-to-back boundaries and is smart enough to pick up a single on the overboard to bring to an end the halfway stage of this run chase. The Borough Blasters are 127 for 2 after 10.
Come on, lads. Call for broom. Something. No. Yeah, you can put in.
Simon Googly to Riyazat Ali Shah. Fortunate again, throwing his body on the line. For once, I've even seen the keeper is angry. Paul Mlongo has his hands in the air saying, "Well, come on, guys, what's happening here? Let's put in an effort." I know it happens in cricket. Your bad day, the ball will follow you everywhere. Whatever you place is where the ball will come. Nice and easy. Suleiman Sharif happy to give the strike to the man who has sent shivers down the spines of the fielding unit.
I'd like to see a bit more fight from the Bunyonyi Warriors. They can string up a couple of dot balls, maybe not allow a couple of boundaries.
Hit to the sweeper. Jonathan Nyiro.
If they can just find some sustained form of pressure, doesn't have to be in picking up wickets, but just not allowing the boundaries to flow as frequently as they are already flowing. You feel that maybe they can try and bring this run rate already that is just around that 12-run mark. If they can try and lower the run rate and see if they can create some bit of pressure, because they know if they get Riyazat Ali Shah out, they will have a bit of a lifeline.
Too short. Runs on offer.
Come on, lads. Come on, lads. No more, no more single here. Big shot coming. No more single, no more single, no more single. Come on, boy. Come on, boy. Come on, boy. Give back.
Fortunate can't seem to grasp the ball at the first time of asking. And he's wearing that green. And that is a very good over from Simon Okecho. He completes his quota. The scoreboard graphic will catch up later. But I can tell you what, the score is 130 for 2 after 11. Nowhere to hide for the youngsters. He does very well to wait for the fielder. And that's been speaking a lot of good Luganda lately. I have not had him communicate in any other language than apart from Luganda. Suleiman Sharif just decides, and he flexes his muscles to the boundary. A little hop down the wicket. A shot played out of anger there.
Very good hit again from Suleiman. I've liked his inning. It's been an inning of controlled aggression.
He's mixed it up nicely. Baguma the sweeper right in front of someone wearing that replica for the cricket cranes. Lincoln. He was taking Coca-Cola earlier on before, but that doesn't look like Coca-Cola anymore. But we can't fault him. It's a Friday, and there's no dull moments in Uganda on a Friday. Again, Rezat Alisha leans into it. Is there a chance for 2? No, Vaguma will give him only 1. This one is doing good. Poor goalkeeping skills from Machelam, but he gets a hand to it and he gives a 1 in the end. It looks like it's a fine effort. The 140 comes up in quick time. Madam Kasim, never would he have ever imagined in the wildest of his dreams that would ever bowl to Riyazat Alisha. And there is the man Lincoln enjoying the beautiful stories. He loves the game, a lecturer by profession from Mountains of the Moon University. He's been here every single day, clad in casual wear. I don't know if wearing a proper suit trouser and shirt without the coat is casual wear. Davis, teach me something about fashion.
Pretty sure I'm the best person to give fashion advice. A lot of my friends and contemporaries will not believe so, but I know because he is a lecturer. So you get a feeling that maybe on some of those days he's been able to come almost nearly fully suited up because he's probably coming from one of those sessions. But to the cricket, there is another surprise that it will be another part-time spinner in Anas Beg. He's a decent of spinner. Sometimes bowls a little leg breaks, but you just get a feeling that Fred Achalam is literally just he's gone to the casino. He's going to try his luck and see which particular bowler can give him that prized wicket. If he can get 1 or 2 wickets, he feels that can create some bit of pressure on the remaining mid-order lot yet to come onto the wicket for the Mburo Blasters. Nasbeg has had a tremendous tournament with bat in hand. It's been the one half of that very strong opening combo of Bunyonyi Warriors alongside Robinson Obuya. Not too sure if he's bowling off spin or leg spin. But I think the key thing that is important right now is that he's not conceding many runs. He's conceded just 2 of 2.
Keeper.
Suleiman will not mind this kind of bowling. It will allow him to play himself in. He does have the ability to find his range quickly, and he does it some big maximums. He's already shown us one, but he will not mind this kind of bowling. It will not only allow him to keep the scoreboard ticking, but it will allow him build his confidence. And when the need for him to go big arises, if it does in this game, bet your bottom dollar that he will be able to execute. Looking a bit too easy right now. The Mburo Warriors. Mburo Warriors have been extremely serious in terms of laying down the mark and their intentions of winning this inaugural tournament. Suleiman attempts to go big. Baguma right underneath that one, and he completes it, and the part-timer Anas Beg strikes. Some delight for the Bunyonyi Warrior team. Right in the hitting zone there, but Suleiman wasn't able to get right under that one, and he loses his wicket, but he feels he's done a decent job alongside his captain Riyazat Ali Shah. Well, with the demise of Suleiman Sharif, in walks Steve Wabose. Steve Wabose bowled exceptionally a lot earlier. Bowled that final over in the power play, went for just 1 run, eventually went for a total of about 25 in his 4. So he's already shown us his skills with ball in hand. I mentioned earlier that he is far from being a rabbit with the bat. Very consistent player he is. Good finisher, especially in the mid-order. So he will be looking to simply just look to rotate strike and give Riyazat Ali Shah strike. On the flip side, the Bunyonyi Warriors will be hoping if they can pick up another 1 or 2 wickets. cause some discomfort to the Mburo Blasters, but with that single brings an end to the 13th. The score reading 146 for the loss of 3.
Round for the lefty. Oh, come in my leg, sir. That's your leg. Round for the lefty, over for the righty.
Well, Steve was clearly not ready for that delivery, so Kasim Adam will have to redo it. Just think this afternoon's game has had a better showing, especially in the fielding. Slightly short delivery. Finally, fortunately, Junior this time round manages to collect that one cleanly at his first time of asking. It's been a case of a hot potato for him the whole inning.
Potato, whichever way. I don't know, we held on to that one. And there's one man on this field, Davis, you haven't seen holding a ball. That man in the covers, Robinson Oboya. First time.
Commentators curse or commentators what?
Luck.
You would say so, because now he's finally gotten one. I'm a bit surprised that Fred Chilam has opted to go into the covers, especially with the ball coming into the left-hander.
Elevated shot down the ground. Simon Okecho. Mburo Blasters are in the driver's seat, but the Bunyonyi Warriors are not giving up. Davis, you look at them and they continue to play, and I think they are still full of belief. Steve Wabose early days in his innings. 204 is that Alisha has already run away to 43. 43 from 22. Way to go, Cosmas says. Put your body on the line. Make sure that ball doesn't pierce through your body.
Come, China.
Hit to the sweeper. It races Aeto, and that's big very quickly. They'll wish that board better lines, but they haven't bought better lines. That has been the undoing. Sometimes we want to feel sorry for them that they've been hit all over the park by the proper and the senior batting of the Mburo Blasters, but that hasn't been the case. There have been so many loose deliveries.
Just felt that this particular game was literally done and dusted in the power play. But with that dot bowler, the youngster Adam Kasim has finally completed his quarter or 4 after having gone for 22, I think, in his first. He's come back strong and gone for a total of 43, picking up that 1 wicket. But score is 147 for the loss of 3 after 14.
Okay, we bet. If ball wide or bet, we don't bet. How much?
Played on merit by Rezat Alisha, who continues to make more sense of that Fuji's song, Killing Me Softly. because he's killing them softly here. Not in a rush. Untroubled. Chance to catch. Once to bounced. It nutmegged the young man. 4 runs to the total.
Decent ball in there from Anasbeg. Decent pace. But Okecho, unfortunately, he's outdone by the backspin. Didn't read it. And paid the price. Concedes a boundary that could have been avoided. Just felt it had been a while since Borough Blasters had gotten a boundary. So they're starting to get a little bit of control back into this attempt to defend. 194. That boundary has literally eased a bit of pressure. Steve Obose, he takes a like good effort there, but unfortunately for the batter, for the bowler, for the fielder, he's unable to keep it at hand. Back-to-back boundaries for Steve Obose. He is in a hurry as well. Very strong at that wide long off region. Musa Majid, the man down there, nearly took a blinder. Stephen Mbazira, man in your frame, former tennis player for Uganda. But he's had a massive contribution in a lot of people's lives, sports personalities that have grown up around Lugogo, so it's good to see that he is around to watch the game. I'm reminded that he was equally a fast ball in swinger for ACC in his heyday. So it's good to see that a couple of the lads thought it wise that they would celebrate the fact that he was making 50 and threw for him a bit of a surprise birthday party. That's exactly what you want to see. That's the love sport can bring. Well, and he is Steven Mbazira, the man that was in your frame we're talking about, that made 50, was in some elite cricketing company, made 50 on the same day with the former cricket crane, Henry Simba. And Asbeg balls are a bit too quick, but unfortunately for him, that's hit straight down to us in the comms box. And the other commentator is unable to get hand to it. That clatters straight into his body. 3 boundaries in the over. That boundary brings an end to the 15th. The score is 162 for 3.
The 162 is up. Fereto needed at 6 per over. Rezat Alisha 1 boundary away from a half century. He's been on fire. Wabose on 15 from 9. Very much short. And that won't trouble or rush the man with the bat on fire. Who moves to 47.
Bit of a concern. The time I've been is here in the comms box. A couple of players have worried me, and perhaps the technical team will probably be looking into them, especially their form. One for me of most interest is Baguma. He's just appeared far below his usual standards. He's been reasonably, unfortunately, he's been off color. So you want to quickly get him back firing on all cylinders.
Beautiful shot from Steve Awose. Look at the fielder. Look at the tame chase. He gave up before he started running. And he ran just for show. 19 already for Steve Awose. He's showing you that he can engage the gears. If he thought it was pedestrian in his innings. He's scoring at 190 strike rate. Easily one of the most underrated batters and cricketers in the Ugandan setup. But I tell you what, he's got some Ugandan caps. Again, he drills it down the ground. This time round, there is Robinson Obuya to stop it. That's not fortunate this time. It is Jonathan Nyiro. Right-hander now on strike. Final ball for Benjamin Baguma Joseph. No wickets for him today. He's flown at 8. Oh, he still has another over because those are just 3 overs. Must a dot ball to end things here. And he's flying at 11 per over. Like
A little bit surprised by this particular field, especially because Steve Awose likes to pounce on anything wide. He likes to make full use of extra cover region. Back-to-back dot ball series here from Nasbeg. But you can tell that Steve is trying to pierce that gap over maybe a Chelam, deep pointish area.
Awose giving him a dose of his medicine, bowling them quick and even much quicker. And Nasbeg giving Awose a dose of his own medicine. Bowling them quickly. That is hit up in the air. It's a free hit. Joseph Baguma with the catch, but it's all in vain because it was a free hit. Fortunate, looked like he was sitting back for a cup of tea. He comes quickly into the covers. This will drift away, and Simon Guguli Okecho does very well, but it doesn't deny them. They have century for Riyazat Alisha, and the cup of runs is gotten. Riyazat Alisha just gives his teammates the thumbs up. He says, "I'm on it, guys. Relax. I got you like I've been throughout the tournament." Third half century for Riyazat Alisha, and remember, he already has a century in the tournament. And he smoked this one into orbit. 6 runs, it clatters the trees and rolls back into the field of play. Nasbeg After reaching the half century, Riazat Alisha engages another gear. He's now in the rush. He's gotten out of the Toyota Hilux and he stepped into the Subaru Forester.
And you had to throw the Subaru in, but yeah, clearly looks like Riazat Alisha has had enough. He's continued to lead from the front, not just for the black jazz of the Mburo Blasters, but does an exceptional job as well for the Cricket Cranes. But with that single brings an end to the 17th. Score is 181 for the loss of 3.
Baguma back for his last, and he celebrates a big wicket of a friend of his and his captain at the senior level of the Cricket Cranes. He sends Riazat Alisha parking there with just literally 2 hits needed for victory. Baguma will celebrate every wicket here. He's the one who doesn't now, who literally never celebrates any wickets. But in this tournament, he's been made to celebrate for every wicket he's earned. And that's the level we call elite. Riazat Alisha not happy with his effort though. Just a handshake with the bowler.
Of course, knowing him, he's that kind of player that would have loved to have seen his team over the line. Doesn't seem to settle for less. So you know that he's left the job undone out there. Left the job to the manager from there, Yashashvi Joshi. Decent bat as well. But I'm sure the Mburo Blasters will not mind, and the fact that they have done this in quick time, done themselves favors in terms of their net run rate as well. So they will go into the final day tomorrow with the hope that if they can find a way of simply winning well enough not to allow the Chioga Avengers to frog lift them and get the title from them, they'll feel that they've had a more than decent inaugural Great Lakes T20 tournament. It's been a great tournament, a fantastic tournament. Tournament named after some amazing lakes. Freshwater lakes here in Uganda. And can only help the fans and the viewers, those that have chosen the Great Lakes T20 as your choice of entertainment. Can only hope that you have enjoyed yourselves, the comfort of your living rooms and on your mobile phones.
Everyone thinking that the game is back. Yashavji Joshi off the mark. It's a time when, as a captain, you start hoping and praying and saying, how I wish Baguma had another 2 overs to bowl. That's a superb, stylish cover drive, textbook-like from the left-hander. Once he hit it, nobody moved. It was a chance and a time to collect. Overpitched, and he drills it down the ground through the covers onto the advertising boards. 8 now needed, surely and surely, unless a miracle does happen. Down the ground to long off.
One.
Yes, not Harizu Yabuzi.
Over.
7 more required to cross the finish line. You look back at the opening overs of this game and you feel that that is the difference between the Mburo Blasters and the Bunyonyi Warriors for victory. These guys had 62 in 4 overs. The Mburo Blasters, thanks to Charles Musemeza, who is in the conversation for player of the match.
At 88, really, for no loss in the power play, you feel that the job is almost and literally halfway done. So that particular point, you feel that the Bunyonyi Warriors are always chasing shadows. They needed a massive miracle for them to get themselves back into the game, and that did not happen. And Mburo Blasters simply now find themselves a couple of hits away from picking up a victory. Musa Majid returns into the bowling attack.
Everyone there is wondering what type of delivery is that from Musa Majid. Is that Alisha wants victory and wants them to get it in quick time because every other ball they play will not work any favors for their net run rate. Because for them to go top of the log, they need a very good net run rate. And tomorrow know that if whether play small sport and net run rate is considered in the rules of the tournament, then they won't be sharing the trophy. Because today is the day they get to reach the same number of points with the Choke Avengers. 10 apiece. That's a beautiful shot from the left-hander. Steve Wabose has reached 30 in quick time, 30 from 20. And he's putting the final touches on this game. If it was ever a party, it is Stephen Wabose that has come with the icing sugar and plastered it all over the cake.
Mburo Blasters 1 hit away.
Fortunate appealing. Sounded more of a moan than an appeal. Three now. All the efforts over Mulongo Paul. Fortunate going down the drain because looks like that will be it. Game, set and match. The game is over as a contest. And it's that man, Steve Wawose, who has landed the final blow on the Bunyonyi Warriors, who seem like they can't defend anything they set against the Mburo Blasters. The 220 was chased down in quick time, and now the 193 has been treated like a pure mockery of an afternoon here in Lugogo. Tell you what, look at the log now, and you will think and know that it's all events. Call it being even Stevens for the two teams. Choke Avengers and Mburo Blasters are tied on 10 points. And you can see the fact that the Mburo Blasters are on top of the log because they have a better net run rate of 0.5291 ahead of that over the Choke Avengers on 0.228. So tomorrow is a must-win affair, but look at the match summary here. Bunyonyi Warriors batting first, getting 193 for 5. Big Anas 52 from 31. Paul Mulongo, 43 from 29. Unfortunately, Juna, 24 from 10. With the ball, Yashavzi Joshi, 2 for 24, 1 for 21, and 1 for 24 for Fahad Mutagana and Stephen Wabose, respectively. They only gave away 10 runs in extras, but with the bat, look at Riyazat Ali Shah, 57 from 34. Charles Musemeza, 50 from 29. Wabose Stephen with the final touches on 34 from 21. And with the ball, Okacho Simon, 1 for 27. Anas Beig, 1 for 31. And Joseph Benjamin Baguma with 1 for 39. It is victory for the Mburo Blasters, who are now on top of the log, like the points table says, at the end of match day number 8. Look at that, 0.53 is the net run rate. They are tied on the same number of points with Chok Avengers. So tomorrow is all about the Blasters and Avengers. Whoever wins and wins comfortably with a good run rate will be the champion of the inaugural Great Lakes Men's T20 tournament, the Elite League of Uganda. Bunyonyi Warriors stuck at the bottom. Even a victory tomorrow in their final match will not get them off the bottom of the log, because the Victoria Strikers did their bit, having won 4 and lost 4. They have 8 points and have a sealed position number 3. So the wooden spoon belongs to the Bunyonyi Warriors, who will end on whatever they do tomorrow, whether 4 or 6 points. And I tell you what, Victoria Strikers have already ascertained and consolidated the 3rd position. So tomorrow will be all about Chok Avengers and the Bunyonyi Warriors. We'll take a short break, but I tell you what, as we wrap up match day number 8, my name is Innocent Daula. I have been happy to be in the comms box and tell you the beautiful storylines alongside Davis Arinite Karashani, the former cricket keeper, who you will see at the post-match presentation, enjoying those little conversations and recap of the day with the 2 captains and the play of the match. That will be chosen by the men who stood out in the middle, Nobarabi and Simon Chinto.
Welcome the post-match presentation on the penultimate day of the Great Lakes T20, a match that served up a classic. The Mburo Blasters were up against their opponents, who today were none other than the Bunyonyi Warriors. We're not able to get over the line, but starting things off is that the Bunyonyi Warriors were able to win the toss and elected to bat first, but could only get 193 runs on board, and in stark reply, the Mburo Blasters blasted it away, winning by a mammoth 6 wickets with 8 balls to spare. But first things first, we'll be able to speak to the standing captain of the Bunyonyi Warriors, Fortunately Juna. Great to see you coming in to obviously represent your team as a captain, but what were your thoughts in the game today?
I thought we batted in so well because we scored 180, which was a very good score. We thought that was a competitive, which was really competitive because taking it to the penultimate over, it was really good to see from us.
Why do you think you might have fallen short today?
Yeah, I think they batted so well. It's no doubt that the two top run scorers are Charles Msemes and the captain Riazat Ali, so it's no doubt that their batting has really been strong.
Well, you haven't been able to get the wins that you might have wanted throughout the tournament, but tomorrow you come in to play your final game of the tournament. But any particular plans going into that one?
Yeah, now we have nothing to lose and we are hoping to get runs. Like always, we have tried to come in and score runs, and tomorrow we have the last chance to come and score runs, which hopefully we are trying to get our way.
Best of luck in tomorrow's game. Thank you very much. Well, we'll quickly speak to the captain of the Mburo Blasters, Riazat Alisha. Congratulations to you guys yet again. Where do you think exactly for you guys, where do you think you actually won the game?
I think in the morning game was very important for first game because we want Juma's team to lose, and we had a good chance after first game. We know that we are chasing the title, and but we didn't bowl well in first innings. In this wicket, 198 is a bit, 194 is a bit high target, but the way we are chasing, especially this whole tournament, the way we are betting, it's good to see boys coming up and especially going in there and especially utilizing the power play. That's good to see from Charles and from I forget his name. Fahad, yeah.
Maybe a personal question. I saw you having a bit of words of encouragement to the youngster Adam Kasim. Would you mind sharing that's what exactly you were telling him?
I think I told Qasim that he was a bit nervous after I hit 1-6. I told him, don't worry, it's a 1-6. You can come back any ball. You can get me any ball. So don't worry, just bowl your lines here.
That's good. Speaks about the selflessness of yourself as a person and also as a leader. But tomorrow you go into a final game knowing that if you pick up a heavy victory tomorrow, you actually become the winners of the tournament. What are your plans for tomorrow?
Just go there and express yourself. Be positive the way we played whole tournament, and that's what we want. But we want to bowl well in our bowling. Bowling unit need to improve, especially the line and lengths. But batting is going well. We want to go and express ourselves. We be positive and win the tournament.
Well, best of luck tomorrow and congratulations today. Yes, and to make sure they do award the Man of Match award will be a Wanderers legend and Rounders treasurer, social media manager, but a very stalwart in terms of Rounders cricket, Daudi Mwesigwa. You'll be giving out the Man of Match award, and the Man of Match today is none other than the opening batsman from Mburo Blasters, Charles Mshemeza. You will receive your award. So yeah, you stay. Yeah, no running away, no running away. Charles, just to give you a few words, I really don't want to take too much of your time. I know you guys have a lot of planning to do for tomorrow, but I want you to take us through what is your plan generally when you walk out, especially to bat in the power play with Fahad Motagan. What is running through your mind? Are you guys intent on ensuring that one, you not only win the power play, but you actually are very dominating?
Yeah, to me, it's just putting the bowlers under pressure and make them make mistakes, and then it falls to our side. Once we get a good total in the power play, then we're good to win.
How does it feel that that particular plan has actually worked for you guys throughout the tournament?
Yeah, the wicket is good to bat on, so I trust my skills, and then I just go there and have fun.
Well, tomorrow you have a clash that is literally a game whereby if you win it very heavily, you pick up the victory, not just for tomorrow, but picking up you become the inaugural champions of the tournament. What particular plans do you have as an individual?
Actually, nothing changes because it has been going good for me. I'll just continue doing what I'm doing right now.
Well, there's a question for us commentators and the people around. How much did your new bat cost, considering the amount of runs you're scoring with it?
I'll talk to that after. Yeah.
All right, thank you very much, Chats, and best of luck tomorrow. Well, you've heard what transpired. This was a post-match presentation. Thank you.